the people, building trust, and upholding rights. Our program has 3 sessions. The first session will be chaired by the Honorable Attorney General. The second session will be chaired by the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. And the third session will be chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs. It's a half-day meet, and we expect to be on time. So in a few minutes, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs should be with us. We shall start with the anthems, then prayers, and we kickstart the program as I have highlighted. I am Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine, who doubles as a prisons spokesperson, and one of the people to take you through for today's meet. Thank you so much. Band, we can continue to entertain our dear guests and delegates. I request we keep standing, and Madam Miss Brenda Chomchisha, kindly come and lead us in prayer.
Almighty Father, we want to thank you for this great morning. We thank you for this gathering, for the institutions that are present. We thank you for the mandates that you've given us. We invite you in this review as we review what we've been able to deliver. We invite you for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And Father, may you open our ears and eyes to be able to see the gaps that we need to work on as we move forward. In Jesus' name I've prayed.
We can take our seats. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Solicitor General of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and you are welcome to this 30th Joint Government of Uganda and Development Partners Jlos Annual Review. As the statistics indicate, we have met as many as 30 times to keep on going, checking on what we do. Like I always say, life not examined is not worth living. So we are here to examine our milestones, to check the gaps and see how to move forward. The theme for today, once again, is empowering the people, building the trust, and upholding the rights. We are starting a little bit late, and permit me to hand over to the technical advisor to lead us into the first session. Thank you. Oh, maybe 1 minute. There is a paper on your table. Please scan it. It will give you the program as we are here. It has a questionnaire. Let's try to answer it so that it gives feedback to the Secretariat so that they can as well help us to know what is going on. And for the Wi-Fi, it is Jlos 30. That is the password. And the one we are accessing is Mestil Guest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabaine. As we prepare to kick off the proceedings this morning, it is my honor and my pleasure to invite our speakers for this morning's session, including our keynote speaker this morning, to join us at the podium. So I will kindly request our keynote speaker, our chief guest this morning, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, accompanied by the Permanent Secretaries of Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and Ministry of Internal Affairs. They will be joined by the representative of the Development Partner Group. She's here, so I'll also invite her to join them at the podium as we begin the meeting. The chief guest, Honorable Permanent Secretaries, Chair Development Partner Group, you're most welcome. I'll also kindly invite the Learned Solicitor General to join the podium. So you're most welcome. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Mr. Robert Kasande, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyufu, the London Solicitor General, Mr. Pius Perry Biribonwoha, and the Chair of the Development Partners Group, who is the Head of Office, Austrian Embassy Development Corporation, Dr. Katja Kirschbaumer, the heads of Jlos institutions, constitutional and statutory bodies present, the Commissioner General of Prisons, the Deputy Solicitor General, senior officials and representatives of Jlos institutions, our partners from the civil society and the private sector, our development partners present, colleagues from the media, and colleagues from the Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, and invited guests, a good morning to you all. My name is Rachel Odoi Musoke, and together with Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Baine, we shall be taking you through the program today. And we shall be kicking off this morning with the opening remarks. As Mr. Baine has mentioned, this is our 30th annual review. And this year, in this coming year, we will also be celebrating 25 years of Jlos. You might wonder why we are celebrating 25 years, but we've managed to have 30 reviews. The first few reviews were not annual, they were semi-annual. We had them twice a year. So that explains the first 5 years. After that, they were annual reviews. So we've been able to consistently report on progress over the last 30 sessions. This session is not only our 30th session, it's also our last session under the NDP 3. So we will not only be reporting on progress under NDP 3, under the last financial year, but also over the 5 years of the NDP 3 period. And with that, it's now my honor and my humble privilege to invite the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to officially welcome us to this 30th annual review. Sir, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Rachel. First and foremost, you will pardon me, I have a hoarse voice because I'm recovering from a cold. No, not COVID. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, my Lords, Justices and Judges of the Courts of Judicature, the Chairperson of the Jlos Development Partners Group, Your Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions in Uganda, all heads of Jlos institutions, colleagues, permanent secretaries, the Solicitor General, the Deputy Solicitor General, Chief Executive Officers, and members of the Jlos Steering Committee, all distinguished invited guests in your respective capacities, members of the Jlos technical committees, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Jlos and on my own behalf to welcome you to this 30th Joint Government of Uganda Development Partners Performance Annual Review for the year 2025. I'm very delighted that you've been able to set aside your time amidst this very busy period when everybody is trying to close the year. I also do welcome and thank all our development partners, civil society organizations, and all Jlos stakeholders for honoring our invitation. I do strongly recognize the chair of the Jlos Development Partners and the heads of missions here present. I do appreciate and extend my welcome to members of the Jlos management structures for your presence and welcome you all to this annual review. I do commend all the Jlos institutions for participating in the development of this report that is a central focus for our review today. However, I wish to implore all of us to ensure that we make timely and comprehensive submissions with relevant trend analyses that are informed that we use to inform decision making. It is also important that we continue to invest in data collection and information systems that aid in our decision making. I urge all colleagues accounting officers to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation focal points in our respective institutions. As you may be aware, government launched the National Development Plan 4. The Jlos, together with all actors under the Governance and Security Program, have developed a program implementation action plan under the NDP4, which, among others, focuses on enhancing efficiency in the delivery of justice, law and order services, strengthening the fight against corruption, and 3, enhancing compliance with the implementation of the Uganda Bill of Rights. This, therefore, Honorable Minister and colleagues, shall be the basis of interventions in the next 5 years. I encourage our development partners to align and support the Jlos in realization of the commitments under the NDP4. I do affirm that even under the NDP4, the Jlos will remain strong. It will be a chain where justice is served, and it will continue to do so in the next 5 years. The continued strengthening of the partnership and collaboration of the Jlos actors is very important for improved service delivery and realization of the rule of law in Uganda. Permit me to point out that the sub-program is coordinated by the Secretariat, which is led by none other than our moderator today, the Senior Technical Advisor. I commend you and your team for coordinating and organizing this review and for linking us with the development partners who do support the sub-program. Once again, you are very warmly welcome for God and my country.
We thank you very much for that very warm welcome. And now it's my honor and privilege to invite the representative, the chair of the Jlos Development Partners Group, who is the head of office, Austrian Embassy Development Corporation, Dr. Katja Kirschbaumer, to make your remarks. You're most welcome.
The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Norbert Mao, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Mr. Robert Kasande, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyufu, the Solicitor General, I always struggle with your name, you know that, but I'm trying, Mr. Pius Biribonwoha, the Deputy Solicitor General, the Deputy DPP, Mr. Asimwe, the Chairperson, Judicial Service Commission, Honorable Justice Douglas Singisa, the Chairperson Nira, the Deputy Commissioner General, Uganda Prison Service, Mr. Akena. Representatives of the Uganda Police Force, representatives of other Jlos agencies, my dear and much appreciated fellow development partners, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, it is really an honor to deliver these remarks here today on behalf of the Justice Sector Development Partners Group. I congratulate the government of Uganda. I congratulate the Access to Justice sub-program and of course the Governance and Security Program leadership for successfully concluding another year of committed work to strengthen Uganda's justice system. This annual review can really be considered as an important international best practice. It promotes transparency, accountability, and meaningful reflection. It enables us to jointly assess progress, to address persistent challenges, and remain aligned in our shared commitment to justice, to good governance, and a people-centered approach. As chair of the development partners, Austria continues to work closely with a committed group comprising the EU delegation, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Embassy of Sweden, the Embassy of Netherlands, GIZ, UNDP, UNFPA, UN Women, UNHCR, UNODC, UNICEF, and IDLO, and the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator. Together, we have maintained consistent political dialogue and technical engagement across the justice sector. Our priorities in the last year remained focused on reducing case backlog, addressing challenges in pretrial detention at the police level and at the prisons level, supporting the adherence to the 48-hour rule, strengthening access to legal aid, and advancing transitional justice mechanisms. The theme of this year's review, empowering the people, building trust and upholding rights, is not only timely, but also deeply aligned with the aspirations of the Ugandan justice sector. These three pillars form the foundation of a justice system that serves the public effectively, equitably, and transparently. Honorable Minister, access to justice remains the cornerstone of a fair and inclusive society. Without it, rights risk becoming symbolic rather than real, and inequalities deepen. The recent report indicates that significant effort has been made to ensure that justice delivery continues to evolve in line with the needs and expectations of the people. Allow me to highlight how each pillar of this year's theme reinforces the importance of access to justice. Number one, empowering the people. The rule of law empowers citizens by enabling them to seek redress and challenge injustices. Legal empowerment strengthens civic participation, it encourages accountability, and it offers protections against arbitrary decisions. For the private sector, predictable and transparent legal processes foster economic growth, reduce investment risks, and enable business confidence. We reiterate the importance of establishing a national legal aid framework. The absence of an enacted legal aid law continues to hinder equal access to justice, particularly for vulnerable and marginalized groups. Number two, building trust. An independent and impartial judiciary remains essential for public confidence. Functioning courts ensure peaceful resolution of disputes, and they guarantee fairness. Trust is also built through effective anti-corruption mechanisms. Strengthening institutions such as the Uganda Police Force and the Anti-Corruption Division of the High Court remain key to fostering equal access to justice and to deterring abuse of power. Transitional justice remains central to long-term stability and reconciliation. Uganda's continued efforts, including the National Transitional Justice Policy and the work of the International Crimes Division of the High Court, remain important steps towards healing, accountability, and preventing recurrence of past atrocities. Number three, upholding rights. The respect for human rights, including freedom from torture, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly, remains essential. It is critical that the rights of all citizens are safeguarded. We acknowledge and commend the work of the Uganda Human Rights Commission and other oversight institutions for their continued dedication to monitoring and promoting rights. We also note the ongoing need for continued dialogue on human rights concerns, including due process, missing persons, and the broader human rights environment. A state that invests in justice strengthens economic opportunity. It reduces inequality and promotes shared progress. A key milestone in advancing fairness is the Supreme Court ruling affirming that civilians should not be tried in military courts. Development partners commend this step, and I can clearly see that a lot has been done. Many cases have already been transferred. I think there's also a new design of the military courts that is going on to safeguard really high professionalism and independence. Nevertheless, there are still many cases that have not been transferred. For example, when I recently went to Karamoja, we had 63 individuals in the prison in Maroto, and Maroto still on military charges. So we humbly request for clarity as to the timeline and the process for the referral of the remaining cases. Access to justice is also fundamental to peaceful and to credible elections. When citizens trust legal channels, electoral disputes are resolved lawfully rather than through confrontation. Justice enables the free exercise of voting rights, it ensures equal treatment of all participants, and it fosters the public confidence necessary for the peaceful acceptance of electoral outcomes. Across the justice system, we really acknowledge several positive developments during the review period. Improved case disposal rates, continued automation of justice services, increased diversion of juveniles, ongoing reforms in the Jlos business processes, and the broader application of human rights-based approaches. However, challenges also remain. Of course, the case backlog continues to impede timely access to justice. Remand times remain long and require attention. Prison congestion is severe and it needs sustained reforms and investment. And there are still some gaps across the coordination of the various institutions that affects timely hearings and the communication with our customers and clients. Addressing these challenges will significantly improve the efficiency, credibility, and accessibility of the justice chain. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me still that today I speak a little bit about constitutionalism and its profound importance, because as a constitutional lawyer, this is really particularly close to my heart. The Constitution stands as the supreme law because it reflects the collective will of the citizens. It defines the limits of power and it protects the freedoms that allow society to flourish. When we honor it, we safeguard not only rights on paper, but also the lived experience of fairness, of accountability, and equality before the law. And I'm saying that as an Austrian. I think in Austria, equality before the law is the main and most important provision in our constitution. And when you look at the decisions of our constitutional court, then whenever, whenever the court is asked to examine laws, when they strike down a law, it's really most of the times because the equality before the law is being violated. For justice actors, judges, prosecutors, police, administrators, adhering to the Constitution is both a legal duty and a moral anchor. It ensures that decisions are consistent, not arbitrary, that power is exercised within the clear boundaries, and that every action taken in the name of the state respects the inherent dignity of the individual. Constitutional obedience strengthens the credibility of institutions, it protects citizens from abuse, and it reinforces the principle that no one is above the law. Respecting constitutional freedoms, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, of movement, and the right to due process creates the conditions in which civic participation can thrive. These freedoms are really the oxygen of democracy. When they are protected, people can speak without fear, they can organize without intimidation, and hold leaders accountable without the fear of retaliation. There's a direct link between constitutionalism and fair and violence-free elections. When justice actors uphold the Constitution, electoral processes are governed by rules. Security agencies protect all voters, and disputes are resolved peacefully through credible legal channels and not through violence. And citizens trust that their vote truly counts. Ultimately, constitutionalism builds faith in the system. It reassures citizens that the state serves them. It positions justice actors as guardians of fairness, and it creates a political culture where competition does not destroy unity and does not threaten peace, and where every individual, regardless of their status, can rely on the law as their shield. A country that respects its constitution lays the foundation for stability, progress, and inclusive development. Honorable Minister, allow me to extend heartfelt appreciation to the Jlos institutions for their continued openness, partnership, and collaboration. First and foremost, I of course thank the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I thank you as the Minister for always being open and available to us for any discussions and questions that we might have. I thank all of your staff, of course. Of course, in a very particular way, the Secretariat that really is the main bridge to the development partners, and that is doing a fantastic work. Thanks to Rachel, Sam, and everyone in the Secretariat. I want to also thank the institutions such as the Uganda Police Force. We thank you for your continued willingness to engage on criminal justice reforms and for remaining accessible to development partners. We don't take it for granted. Thank you. To the Uganda Prison Service, we commend your transparency, your meticulous data management, and your readiness to host our visits at short notice. Allowing partners to engage directly with staff and with inmates. We cannot thank you enough for that. Thank you. To the Judiciary and the Resident State Attorney offices and the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution, we appreciate your constructive dialogue. You really involve us in many of your discussions. We appreciate the continuous engagement and the commitment to justice reform. Thank you. And the rest, of course, of all the Jlos institutions, I can probably not name all of them, but the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Local Government, the Immigration Directorate, the Human Rights Commission, NERA, URSB, the Government Analytical Laboratory, the Law Development Center, your collaboration, openness, and accessibility remain invaluable to us. Honorable Minister, the recent report reflects continued commitment and progress across the justice sector. We commend once again all institutions under the Access to Justice sub-program and the Jlos Secretariat for the ongoing efforts toward a people-centered justice system. As development partners, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting Uganda in empowering the people, in building trust, and in upholding rights, the very pillar that define this year's theme and shape our shared vision of justice. We extend our sincere appreciation for the strong and consistent partnership throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirschbaumer, for those very kind remarks. As we progress with the program, I just want to take this opportunity to register the presence of some of our key guests here this morning. We are represented by almost all the Jlos institutions, but I want to particularly recognize a few members who are here with us this morning. Allow me to recognize the presence of His Lordship, the Honorable Justice Douglas Singiza, the Chairperson, Judicial Service Commission. Allow me also to recognize the Honorable Lady Justice Linda Lilian Tumsime, the head of the Industrial Court. We also have with us Mr. Joseph Biribonwa, the Chairperson, National Identification and Registration Authority. We have with us the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Samuel Akena. We also have a member of the Board of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Honorable Mr. George William Kajimu. You're most welcome. We have the Deputy Solicitor General, Mr. Charles Oma. You're most welcome. We have the Administrator General, Mr. Victor Manzi. You're most welcome. We have the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. John Baptist Asimwe. You're most welcome. We have the Executive Director of the NGO Bureau, Mr. Stephen Okello, Commissioner Stephen Okello. We have the Deputy Executive Director, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Mr. Alex Sanyacha. You're most welcome. We have Director, Past Parliamentary Council, Ms. Irene Lugaizi. Most welcome. We have with us Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Robert Munanura. We also have the Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Eli Muhumuza. We have a Commissioner from Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, Brigadier Johnson Namanya. You're most welcome. We have the Secretary of the Tax Appeals Tribunal, Ms. Rachel Chisache. We have Senior Commissioner of Police, Mr. Charles Asaba. We also have Senior Commissioner of Police, Ms. Chelimo Beate, the Deputy Director, CID. We have Commissioner of Police, Kibuika Sarah, Deputy Director, Research, Planning and Development. We have Assistant Commissioner of Police, Mr. Andrew Miburu, Director, Forensic Services. We also have with us the Undersecretary, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Mr. Emmanuel Mugunga. You're most welcome. From our development partners, we have from the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation, Ms. Beate Farokwe. We also have from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Ode de Jong. We also have a representative of the United Nations Development Program present. You're most welcome. I will continue to introduce our guests as they are present, but as we proceed with the program, as I've indicated, almost all our institutions are present, and I wish to particularly recognize the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The staff are present here. We also have representatives of the Office of the DPP, representatives of the Law Development Center, the Equal Opportunities Commission, the Uganda Police Force, the Judicial Service Commission, the Tax Appeals Tribunal, the Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Uganda Prison Services, National Identification and Registration Authority, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the National Center for Immigration Control, Justice Centers Uganda, the Amnesty Commission, the Uganda Law Reform Commission. We also have colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have colleagues from the National Planning Authority, and we have our partners from civil society here, from the Institute for Socioeconomic Research, UONET, SEMA, LASPNET, SEDOVIB, and NALAKI. These are some of the guests we have here present today, and you're all most welcome. Allow me now to kindly request the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to come and formally invite our guest the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to make a keynote address.
Once again, good morning. I take this opportunity and honor to invite you, sir, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to come and address us.
Thank you, PS. The chair of our Development Partners Group, my lords, I see the head of the Industrial Court and the chair of the Judicial Service Commission, the permanent secretaries, and then the heads of delegations and the delegations of our partner institutions. Let me stand on the established protocol. Dr. Katia, today we have revenged. You know, you also have a very difficult last name, Cash Baumer. Everybody struggles with it. So today, in retaliation, we have also brought our own Biribonoha. You are not the only ones with difficult names, but we also have Biribonoa, who, the chair of NIRA board, which is a lot easier. This gathering is a very, very important gathering. And I want to thank all of you for making the time to be here at the highest possible level. We got apologies from our cabinet colleagues from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but they are ably represented by General Musanyufu and a strong delegation from the institutions that are allied to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We have been doing this thing for 30 years. According to biology, they say infant mortality means death within the first 5 years. So if you survive beyond 5 years, it means that you have survived the so-called 6 killer diseases that you all know: diarrhea, diphtheria, whooping cough, kwashiorkor, measles, and so on. Now we are at 30 years. So having been partners for 30 years, it means we have survived some of the things that could have killed the partnership. So I think that's why there is going to be a celebration at the end of this, to celebrate 30 years. Any partnership, whether it is in business, many companies actually collapse in infancy. I'm sure Mr. Alex Anganya of Uganda Registration Services Bureau can testify how many companies they have to strike off the list of registered companies for not really performing. So no matter the challenges, today is our opportunity to celebrate this commitment to the partnership. All partnerships have challenges, even marriages. I can tell you, as somebody who has gone through a divorce and a remarriage, so I'm an expert. I'm sure some of you have been married for long, like my friend, His Worship Kajimu Fred. How many years have you been married? 41 years. Now, that one is on the board of Registration Services Bureau. So he has been at it for 41 years. The wife only has to look at him and he knows what she's saying. and vice versa. And with the long partnership comes trust. So even before we talk about citizens trusting us, do we trust each other? We who are in this room. So if Mr. Kajimo's wife says, "You're an idiot," I don't think he has a case. He just says, "She knows me better than anyone else, so she's probably right." That is why we can sit in this room together. And so we can criticize each other without being offended. That is the reason why we are here. And we want to assure our partners that you are welcome to tell us the truth, what we look like to you. And we will also tell you the truth about what you look like to us. It cannot be one way. You are also from countries that are also struggling with some of these problems that we have to deal with. Normally, when I'm talking to Dr. Katia, I'm always teasing her about how Austria has reinvented itself. Many of you don't know that Marie Antoinette, the infamous Queen of France, was Austrian. I'm always teasing her about that. It simply means that these institutions of state are really about taming human nature. And human nature is the same everywhere. Whether people are white, whether they are yellow, whether they are black, our efforts are ensuring that we have strong governments that can restrain power and prevent abuse of power is a lifelong commitment. You have to bathe every day. If you stop bathing for 1 week, you will look like those so-called lunatics on the streets. And that is why a review is important. Austria used to be a very big empire. They had kings and queens and princes and princesses. They have now reinvented themselves as a capital of peace. They have had to come to terms with certain things. Even us, as Ugandans, it is important that we tell the story of our journey to our children. They should know what we went through during colonialism, how our constitution died in infancy. Our first constitution died before 5 years. I think the 6 killer diseases became overwhelming. And we have killed each other. Fortunately, we are not the only ones who have killed each other. As a matter of fact, Europe is the most blood-soaked continent in the world. If you are to count the amount of blood shed in liters, I think the one shed in Europe is more. Ours here is a joke. So sometimes we get judged very unfairly when the battles in Kisangani are made to appear as if they are the worst battles ever in the history of mankind. The Americans who now lecture us really slaughtered each other in the Civil War. I hope that validates my simple point about human nature, because human nature is the same. The Americans even went and threw 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That definitely went beyond even the Rwanda genocide. The Rwanda genocide is very small compared to what happened in Nazi Germany. I'm just saying, when we gather in a room like this, let's have a sense of perspective. Otherwise, we will commit suicide. Sometimes I'm very unhappy even about my own government in which I serve. But then because I was born in 1967. That is the year that the king of Buganda had been kicked out violently. He was in exile where he died. The constitution had been amended twice. Members of parliament were made to approve a constitution they hadn't read. They made eloquent speeches about how wonderful the constitution is. And they claimed that they trusted the author of the constitution so much that even if they hadn't read it, they believe it is the best constitution for Uganda. Eloquent speeches were made in the parliament. Helicopters were flying above. The tanks had surrounded the parliament. Then when I'm 4 years old, the army commander overthrows the government. And I'm in primary school, and the school is closed. A military jeep comes to the primary school and closes the school and says all the children should go and witness a very important function. 2 suspected rebels were being executed, firing squad. So you are not even 10 years old, and you are invited by your army to witness that. As I'm turning 12, those who were upset with the government came with the support of Tanzanian troops, and they chased away the general who had overthrown the government. Now, those who overthrew the government could not even agree among themselves on how the country should be run. One president even served for only 68 days. His comrades were unhappy with him. They sent him away. The person who succeeded him didn't last even 1 year. I think it was 11 months. Then, because we believe in something called democracy, I was 13 years old, and there were songs. People were told to go and vote. There were 4 political parties. One of them is the party that I lead. And it was a very strong movement. I still remember the songs on radio. Voting time is coming. Let's go and vote. Something like that. And citizens went and voted. And there were allegations of rigging. The party that I lead now reportedly won. I actually did some research. I asked the late Dr. Semogedere, why do you say DP won the election? And he said, DP won because the secretary of the Electoral Commission, who was the custodian of all the results, called me and said, congratulations. As you know, Mr. Vincent Sekono ended up in exile. The secretary of the Electoral Commission had to run away because he was holding something dangerous, namely the truth. He only came back after some time. The chairman of the military commission, with the support of a big section of the army, took over the work of announcing the results. And his vice chairman, who is currently our president, was really marginalized, though he was nominally the vice president of that time. I think he lost his temper and decided to gather some people. They went to the famous bush. And many members of the party I lead decided to join that bush. Other groups went to the parliament to oppose the government democratically. But eventually, the matters were settled by force of arms. So, that perspective is important. Unfortunately, many of our people have stopped learning about our journey. We had chiefs who had both they had legislative, executive, and judicial power. So the chief would make a bylaw then he executes the bylaw, and if you have any dispute, he's again the one to hear your dispute to determine whether you are right or wrong. That was proper fusion. That sense of perspective gives us the chance to look at the challenges. Now, this partnership has two pillars. One pillar is political, the other pillar is technical. As you see, we are doing this review during an election season. That's why we have our posters all over. You know, politicians are special. They are the only people who can make posters and force you to look at them, whether you like it or not. So we are in your faces. So under our constitution, we shall be elected based on how many people we can persuade to vote for us. Now, as you know, being voted alone does not really make you a competent leader. And that's why we need that technical pillar. We, the political leaders, make the decisions. But the quality of our decisions depend on the advice we get from you, the technical people. You need to be courageous to advise powerful people. I'm sure all of you have many stories of the difficulties you have when you have conversations with people with power. Sometimes you even have to deceive them. Honorable Minister, as you have always been telling us, even though he has never told you, so that the minister is comfortable to own the idea. Your job is not easy, but you are the best qualified. I consider myself a lucky minister, as I always say. I have hundreds of people who are supposed to help me and stop me from making stupid decisions. I can call any lawyer in the ministry and ask any question. Unfortunately, politicians are not good at asking for advice. So there is one trick that you need to adopt. Once in a while, call those powerful people and request to go and give them briefings. By nature, we don't like, I cannot call the Solicitor General. Okay, personally I do. I'm always calling the Solicitor General, the Deputy Solicitor General, on any topic. Sometimes you get a call that there's a Ugandan in Turkey who should be brought back home to serve his prison sentence. Then I call the Solicitor General, I say, how can we get that done? Then he tells me how to get it done, and so on and so forth. So, today, we are supposed to reaffirm our commitment. We, the politicians, are outnumbered here, but on their behalf, let me pledge that we shall continue being committed to the objectives of the partnership politically. Now, the highest level of decision making is that which is with the president. Of course, the president is very powerful, but the president is also subject to the constitution and the laws, and also subject to sentiments. I've never been a president of a country, so I don't know, and there's none here who has ever been a president of a country. I've only contested to be president of a country, so that means I'm generally aware of the responsibility. Let's look at a simple decision like passing an amnesty law. So the president is told by communities, please forgive those who have taken up arms. We need to have an amnesty law. So the president says, I think it is a good idea. We are brothers and sisters. This is our country. Then while he's still thinking about how to go about responding, the likes of General Musanyufu and General Namanya storm him. Mr. President, we just lost 30 soldiers in a battle with rebels. We have widows. Mubende Casualty Unit has hundreds of people. There's no way you can just give an olive branch when these guys are killing us. Now, what would you do if you're a president? You are torn between two forces. You have a general who has just been handing over a Ugandan flag to a widow. And then you have a president who wants votes. So what would you do? That is when you need now a sense of perspective. So if you're a president like ours, then you go and first hide in Kisozi farm. You look at your cows as you think about how to respond with it. Then you come back and make a speech to the nation and you say, you know, we must draw a line between the misled and the misleaders. Because how else are you going to satisfy General Musanyufu and General Namanya? So then General Namanya has to go and, because the president is not going to come and talk to the infantry. He talks to them once in a while. It is the general who has to go and say, the commander-in-chief appreciates your work and he is concerned about the casualties we are taking. But he's convinced that not everybody who is shooting at you is doing so because they hate you. Some of them have been abducted to join the rebels. So the government is going to pass an amnesty law. From now onwards, don't kill anybody who you find in the field. Capture them, take them back, even if they have killed your comrade while you are watching. Now, that is the reality of the things we do, which sometimes these books don't capture. These books don't capture those realities. So, the political pillar is important, but it needs to be fed with correct information by the technical people. Assuming you're a president and you want to invade a country that has offended you, you don't just wake up and do it. You first of all find out their capabilities and so on and so forth. My basic point is simple. It is important to have a sense of perspective as we do reviews. We still have a lot of case backlog. But I have some good news. We have been working with Attorney General's chambers, and I believe the Solicitor General will update you some of the amendments that we want to make to the Magistrate Courts Act so that the High Court is not overloaded. Now the High Court is going to have to deal with cases that are beyond 100 million. Previously, it has been 50 million. Now, 50 million in our Ugandan economy is so small, even the market women, we know now they have 50 million in their handbags. So that is one way. The other thing is to give the Chief Justice the ultimate power to determine the magisterial areas. I request the Solicitor General to update you on some of those efforts on jurisdiction so that our high courts are really free to deal with the cases that are worthy of a high court. Pre-trial detention is also that. I do not know. The DPP's office is here. The faster a case is, the better. Look at this Kano Besige case. Everybody is talking about it. Start the trial quickly. Because unless you are doing the trial, the rumor mongers in the media will just keep you distracted. Look at the Katanga case. Before the trial started, everybody was talking. Now everybody is quiet because the arena has changed now to evidence. In our country, we believe in presumption of innocence. So everybody is innocent until proved guilty. Start the Besigye trial tomorrow. You have all the files, you have all the information. Forget about the political drama. We have lawyers who are better politicians than lawyers. Forget about them. Just take the evidence. After all, it is not your case. There's nothing personal in these cases. Throw the evidence in the face of the judges. Let them decide. If they are not happy with the decision, or you, the state, you are not happy, you will appeal. The 48-hour rule is still problematic. If we were to ask, if I don't know where the nearest police station is, I'm sure the one of Zambia. If we were to walk there now and we said, how many of you here have been here for more than 2 days? Probably you'll find 2/3 of the cell. And then you ask, what's the problem? They'll tell you, we forward files, they are not approved quickly. They call it sanctioning. So why don't you, either you sanction or you throw it away. Make a quick decision. Sometimes people are fighting over land, which is clearly a civil case, but somebody wants to criminalize it. You should have the courage to tell the police officers that, sorry, just free this person. Let them go and fight in a civil court over their land. That's the only way we can manage the 48-hour rule. And then the police, why do you hurry to arrest somebody if you really don't have enough evidence? Sometimes you get calls from powerful people and they say, this one should be arrested. You know, in this room, we have some of the most qualified. As a matter of fact, your reputations out there are the best. If you talk about the Ugandan police in the UN circles, they say you can't get any better police officers. But now back home here, the stories are different. We want you to shine at home also. Our prisons officers are very highly regarded. Our correctional system. So, DPP, don't sit on a file. The moment a file comes and it doesn't have enough information, just say, not sanctioned. And then it is up to the police officers to free the citizen. Actually, the liberty of citizens is paramount. Citizens should only be detained when it is inevitable. After all, they are here. You can get them anytime. Really, police, is there anybody you cannot find if you really want it? There's no Ugandan who can hide from you. You now have the technology. If I have my phone here, right now, any of you can determine that Norbert Mao is around this telephone mast. You can generally locate where I am. So you have all the means to locate anybody. So don't detain people unless it is necessary. Legal aid, I have to be honest. I know LapsNet is here. I have been very frank with our partners group. We really want to pass the legal aid law. But you, our partners, are fond of taking us in deep waters, then you get in your boat and sail away. You leave us there. We want legal aid, and we want to launch it. But we also look at our financial resources. So we want to start really small. I've discussed this with the Attorney General. We want to start small and do what we can afford. Because relying on partners alone is problematic. Partners, as you know, can pull out anytime without apology. There are many times that partners have excited us. Then some decision is made in their capital cities and off they go, like as has happened with USAID projects. Overnight, things changed. So I want to promise that we are going to call a meeting, and Solicitor General, you take lead of this. Let's call all the legal aid actors to our boardroom, and we have some straight talk about what is possible. Our main reason is we don't want to start something we cannot sustain. That is our biggest worry. And then transitional justice. As you know, transitional justice is not in my docket. The transitional justice law has been left with Ministry of Internal Affairs. That transitional justice policy, I think, is due for review. We need to review it. But transitional justice requires people who are ready for the truth. So the Ministry of Internal Affairs came to cabinet and withdrew the principles for the legislation. Yet the president in 2021 listed transitional justice bill as the top bill in his government. So you have caused the president a lot of problems in northern Uganda. Do you know that some of those who were running around with the NUP candidate are those ex-child soldiers who feel let down? By your actions, you are really mobilizing people against the government. You remove their guns, then you give them nothing. You create presidential skilling centers, they learn some work, but then when they graduate, you only give them a piece of paper. This is to certify that you are now a tailor, but you have no sewing machine. So will that certificate help you really? So this meeting should feed into the overall strategy of the government to respond. These are people who really don't hate the government, but you have given them a check which has bounced. So if you give me a bounce check and I shout at you, do you blame me? It is your check anyway. It is not my signature. So the government, after the Juba peace process, gave those victims of war, the ex-combatants, those so-called child mothers, you gave them checks. And the checks are busy bouncing. So if somebody comes and gives them a red beret and they look in the mirror and they look so deadly, then they start thinking that they can actually bring down the government. So there are those peddling illusions. Our job is to tell them that this is an illusion, but that's not enough. We must now respond as a government. That illusion cannot change their lives. So I'm hoping that in the next government, transitional justice will be back on the agenda. Let us review the transitional justice policy. And if you people in internal affairs are not ready for it, let us take the lead as Ministry of Justice. We are happy to do it because we are the ones who are asked. Because the word justice is there, the citizens don't know. So probably I need to go and start saying, no, go to internal affairs. It is not us. I think I'm being blamed for nothing. I need to go around the country and say, please, if you are annoyed, be annoyed with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. For us, we are only supposed to support. The bill, there's a draft bill even, but while we have the draft bill, you go to cabinet and withdraw the principles. So you have basically killed the bill. I don't know whether you consulted the president. So, to our partners, these top 5 issues, we need to follow up on them. The case backlog, these matters of pretrial detention, the 48-hour rule, legal aid, and transitional justice. These are low-hanging fruits that we need to deal with. We have questions of death penalty. We are still not agreed fully. I see Dr. Livingston Sewanyana is there. When I mentioned the death penalty, raised his head up because he has been harassing me for over 3 years since I joined the ministry. I have my personal views on the death penalty in a society like ours. But as you know, there's a moratorium on executions. Actually, the prisons authorities can tell us, I think it is almost 17 years since Uganda last executed anybody who was sentenced to death. But the Sewanyanas say that even being in the so-called condemned section is bad enough. They are saying we should abolish it altogether. I understand there's a conversation at the East African level and the African Union level on the death penalty. So I am hoping that we can resolve those contradictions. But it is a matter of time. Now, on the question of abuse of power, the Constitution and the laws have what they call brakes. Now, the stronger a vehicle, the stronger the brakes must be. If you have this lorry which has 36 wheels, the brakes must really be strong. So the more powerful you are, the stronger must be the restraints on you. And that's why the restraint on a president of the country is the strongest. The rest of you can be interdicted, you can be dismissed. A president cannot be interdicted, cannot be dismissed. A president is impeached. Those are really strong brakes. It means the whole country feels that you have violated the social contract. I invite you to look at the oath of a president again. And that's why presidents deal with everything. It is only the oath of the president which has that provision about promoting the welfare of the citizens of Uganda. I don't have that in my oath. As minister, members of parliament don't have that in their oath. But the president is required by oath to promote the welfare of the citizens of Uganda. And I think that's why you see him going around inspecting goats, inspecting pigs, inspecting coffee. Because welfare is about those things. It's not about political philosophy, things that are hanging in the air. But that welfare must also be in an environment of freedom. Now, there's no guarantee that rights will never be violated anywhere. So we are gathered here to talk about avenues of redress. In the last year, and even this year, we had the issue of the court-martial. The politicians wanted to take over the debate. Generally, the court-martial is to ensure discipline in the army. And why do we have court-martial? It's because the army are armed. Now, if somebody is carrying a machine gun, definitely they also need very strong brakes. Now, what do you do with a civilian who wants to conduct themselves like they are also in the military? We have two ways. One is for the civilian courts to be efficient and really respond to the actions of lawbreakers who carry guns. Now, for a society like ours, where many times our civilian courts have been very slow, they now open up avenues for the court martial to come in. So the trial of civilians in a court martial is actually a vote of no confidence in the civilian courts. I don't think the court martial want to try civilians. In fact, they shouldn't even want to try civilians. So each time a civilian is taken to the court martial, that's a vote of no confidence in the courts of their lordships. If I'm a civilian and I get an AK-47 and I commit a crime, first of all, I'm committed murder. Secondly, I've violated the Firearms Act, and so on and so forth. The police should get me quickly before the generals even think about me. But if the civilian courts are dragging their feet, the DPP are endlessly, you know, with the military, they move very fast. I did some little research in Karamoja. Ironically, I found that they were again very happy with the military courts dealing with the rustlers. So perhaps some of our politicians need to go and live in Karamoja a little bit to realize that context is very important in judging these things. Now, because the military court stepped in, a vacuum. Now, this is comparable to the one of the fisheries industry. The Ministry of Agriculture was by law directed to set up a fisheries surveillance unit to monitor the lakes. That's their mandate as a ministry. They were dancing around the problem, then the army stepped in their usual way. And then everybody is crying, the army, the army, the army. Now we did a little research and found that the people around the fishing villages are all of a sudden saying, despite the roughness, somehow the population of fish has been regenerated. These are some of the ironies that we must deal with. But the army has very poor communication. The army is failing to communicate what difference their actions have made. So as a result, only the bad news gets to the newspapers. They are accused of corruption, they are accused of being excessively violent and so on. And they are not talking about how they stepped into a vacuum which had been created by a negligent civil service. Up to now, that surveillance unit has not been created. But somehow, there is a measure of peace. So, it is not true that the UPDF Act, which was amended, was to circumvent the court decision. There is no way the government can circumvent the court decision. Many times the court is throwing out our laws. The parliament passed the Computer Misuse Act. The court threw out very many sections. Like any government, you complain a bit, then you just go to continue with your work. It is not good for a government to disobey a court decision, and I wouldn't encourage it. Provisions of the Police Act were declared unconstitutional. The government just said, okay, we disagree with the decision, okay, we shall respect it, but those judges, they don't know what is happening. That shouldn't worry you, because it is the opinion of those who are in charge of the executive branch. So when government officials complain about a court decision, it doesn't mean they intend to disobey it. Now, the best example of obeying what the court said, that as I talk now, the Judicial Service Commission is the one that has approved members of the court martial. Because the civilians were saying that those people, those generals who sit there don't know the law, they are not qualified, they are politically motivated. So the Supreme Court said those who go to the court martial must be approved by the Judicial Service Commission. And it has now happened. The chair of the Judicial Service Commission has been here. Later, he will tell you how they interviewed them. This is the first time those generals have been summoned by Judicial Service Commission to be vetted before they are appointed to be in charge of the court martial. Why? Because if they don't have the qualifications of judges, then they are not a court martial. You would now say they are a martial court. There's a difference between a martial court and a court martial. The operative word should be court. It must be a court. And in a court, you have those who bring evidence, then you have those who come to defend, then those who decide. I think that is a good thing. Let me close by reflecting a little bit on the philosophical foundations of our gathering today. It starts with the four roles of the state. Because all of us here, we serve the state. Of course, the obvious role of the state is to defend our territorial integrity. So nobody crosses the Ugandan border and they are not asked, where are you going? That is the first role. And that happens in every country. Whether you land in an airport, whether the territorial sovereignty, there's no compromise about it. That's why you are told that you are now leaving Uganda, or you are now entering Uganda. And each country has its own rules. If you land in Rwanda, they'll tell you no polythene bags. Even in the aircraft, they start collecting it and say, don't mess with polythene bags when you are entering Rwanda. That's the sovereignty of a state. So that's the number one role. The second role is, of course, to protect the life and property of citizens. When citizens are being robbed and violated and their property being grabbed, whether it is land, it's a failure of the state. And I believe the police crime report will today tell us how we are doing in protecting the life and property of citizens. That's the second role. The third role is that the state must have the monopoly of passing laws. And laws are in black and white, they are written. Laws are not the opinion of anyone. And those laws are enacted by people who are elected. And then finally, the fourth role of the state is to adjudicate disputes between citizens. That's why we have the courts. So I propose a marking scheme. I know that generally the information is here. Let's ask to what extent our territorial integrity is protected. Let's ask to what extent the life and property of citizens are free. Let's ask how proactive we are in providing the laws. I'm not a believer in having too many laws. The fewer the laws, the better. And then, to what extent are we adjudicating disputes? In this report, you will see our efforts at alternative dispute resolution. The President and the Cabinet and the Parliament are all on board. We have approved an alternative dispute resolution policy. Now what happens is to mediate it. Fortunately, the judiciary is far ahead of us in alternative dispute resolution. The Chief Justice is a big champion of alternative dispute resolution. Now, citizens blame the court. But let me make it clear that these disputes are not by the courts. I've never seen judges going to the villages asking people to bring cases. It is the citizens who take cases. So if you don't want to go to court, don't have disputes. So when you have disputes, take the best possible evidence so that the dispute is adjudicated. You cannot bring your dispute to me, then you blame me. Why do cases delay? Some lawyers are specialists in delaying tactics. They have the so-called preliminary objections and so on. At the Ministry of Justice, we are doing our best to also encourage alternative dispute resolution. Unfortunately, we are not trained to talk to those who want to take us to court. I think it will take us a little bit of time. Our job is to fight cases. We are trained to defend our clients at all costs. That's our training in school. Just like soldiers are trained to start with force. The soldiers will not first start a debate about whether you have any issue that can be discussed. They will keep escalating the force until it reaches the maximum. So even as lawyers, we hope the Judicial Training Institute can assist the lawyers in Uganda to realize that sometimes we can best serve our clients by settling a matter before going to court. But I see in the Ministry of Justice, the Solicitor General's team there, they really love war. You find them with their gowns and files rushing to court. Of course, that's our training. Our training is to make sure you pay for your sins of suing government. That you must really find it hard. Government should not pay you a coin. That is our training. But where the cases are clear, I think we should find avenues. Talking about the elections, which the chair of our partners group referred to. Generally, the elections in Uganda have not been as violent as the last one. Because I'm Minister of Justice, some of the problems we're dealing with are bigger than the running around on the streets. One of the biggest problems my office faced was making sure that we have machines that can last the whole duration of the election. We did a test and we found that those machines could only last 6 hours. That caused me a lot of panic. So I met with the chair of the Electoral Commission and I asked him, what do we do? Then he said, in Ghana, they use two machines per polling station. You know our money problems. So we called a meeting with the president and we told the president, you are the champion of this biometric voter verification. Do you have the money for two machines? The other thing is that we thought the machines that had been used by those who did the census could also work in elections. We found that they could not work. Then we found that some of the machines that had been procured before had detachable data cards. So if somebody came and ran away with the card, then you'll never bring evidence to Justice Singiza that these are the people who voted, they were verified by fingerprints, and the number of votes declared are far more than what is in the machine. The purpose of the machine is to ensure that the ballots in the box tally with the record in the machine. To me, that was a bigger problem than the drama that we see on the streets. Because the majority of citizens, they know who they want to vote for. And they will go and vote for that person. Now, that vote should be reflected in the final tally. Of course, the media is more excited by the drama which goes on. I will not disclose what conversations I've had with the Electoral Commission, but it is their duty to ensure that every candidate makes contact with the voters. And any candidate is, if for instance, a candidate goes to Gulu and there is violence and the candidate cannot campaign, the candidate has a right to request the Electoral Commission to schedule another day to go back and campaign in that same place. It is not cast in stone that if you have not campaigned in one place, that only that one day. You can decide and negotiate with other candidates and the Electoral Commission, and you go back. The Electoral Commission have advised them to take charge of the investigations. I saw they said the police should investigate. The police should investigate crimes. And the police was there. They saw everything that happened. But the Electoral Commission, if they see a candidate whose conduct is unbecoming and a violation, they have sanctions. The Electoral Commission can even denominate you if you are not obeying. I've also advised the police to have public address systems to talk to the crowds. I don't know why they don't want to take that advice. These are your citizens. Why don't you talk to them? Please mount a loudspeaker. Sometimes the candidates mislead their supporters. You know, a candidate stand and say, "We are now an army." It is okay to give morale to your voters, to tell them that they are an army. But an army must have capacity. So if I call you an army and you don't have the capacity of an army, then I'm only selling you an illusion. So it is the duty of the police to talk over the heads of the candidates directly to the citizens and tell them that this is the road that you are going to take to go to your venue through a public address system. This idea of storming a place and starting to cane people and throw tear gas, first tell me what is it. You are the custodians of the law. I'm not a cow that I won't understand your language. Tell me. If you also want the crowd to disperse, go to the public address system and tell the citizens that under this law, we order this assembly to disperse. And I think the citizens, by the way, the majority of the citizens are law-abiding. That's the only way to isolate those who are criminal-minded. The law-abiding citizens will leave. They will not stay there because they know what will happen. So, improve your communication. And then in the areas that are overtly crowded, agree with the candidates on how they are supposed to move. Those movements don't last too long. 1-2 hours, they will have moved and they have left. Now, in a situation where you also have supporters of certain candidates also carrying sticks, because what I saw in Gulu were actual fights between the supporters of the candidate and those who came to disrupt. And why would another political party make it their business to disrupt another person's rally? If you don't support a candidate, stay home. What business is it? As you know, Christians and Muslims pray generally on different days. The Muslims, they pray Their usual prayers are on Fridays. The ones of Christian is on Sunday. Now imagine if on Sunday, the Muslims also dress up and also start gathering around the cathedrals and churches, shouting in Arabic. Then we would have chaos. So on Sundays, the Muslims do other things. And on Fridays, the Christians do other things. So if a candidate whose color is red is coming to my town, and me, I'm yellow, that is not my day to wear yellow and display. I should let them come and persuade. So generally, I have requested the Electoral Commission to take charge of ensuring orderly campaign. So far, we had done very well, and I'd even called the Inspector General of Police and thanked him. But now you have over-enthusiastic people who are neither police, they are not even military. Now, what if I kill you? You know, that place has people who have gone through a lot. These are people who have been in LRA, for instance. Now you travel all the way from Kampala that you are going to go there. You can end up coming back in a coffin. So I really want to warn those who think they can do the work of the police better than the police. I think the police should blacklist some of those people. I've seen some of the photos of actual civilians, and they are being mistakenly called SFC. The SFC should even distance themselves from them. What makes you SFC? You are only SFC if you are attached to a unit, but you are just a roving commentator on social media, and then you show up with a stick. In fact, I saw one of them being chased. He was hiding behind a police officer. So if you are such a toughie, why are you running? You should stand your ground and defend, because we used to be taught in boxing that first you mark your territory, which is the length of your arm. So nobody should cross that territory. Livingstone, you were in Namiliango, you remember the pyramid. They tell you that you mark your territory, and anything that violates that territory, you box. But if you are fleeing, I'm very disappointed in them. And for them to be associated with SFC is an embarrassment. Because SFC is known for being very tough. Even the American Army benchmarks our SFC in their counter-insurgency operations. So I call upon the UPDF and the Uganda police, please stick to the very high standards that have made you the defender of stability in this region. Don't lower yourself to what's stake. This election of the president, I think it has gone so well. Don't let those who are fighting petty battles for parliamentary seats drag you down. Because some of those who are mobilizing these goons are actually parliamentary candidates. But now, because you are there in uniform, now they are associated with the president. The president finished his campaign, and he has made his candidature to be about issues. He has not allowed himself to be distracted. His closest opposing party has not even managed to fill 2/3 of the parliamentary seats. It is just slightly above a half. So even mathematically, from your own computer, you can tell how the contest is going. So why do you want to make it a matter of life and death? You are fighting people who are much weaker than you. If you are fighting a child, you don't box them, you just push them away, because why should you be seen to be even in a fight? So I call upon the security forces, when you are operating in a campaign area, first of all, tell all the civilians, whether they are carrying sticks, that please leave us alone. Because they are not trained. All they have is a temper. The only thing they are carrying is a temper. But you are trained. You know mob psychology. You know how your training should equip you with that. Now, when you mix yourself in a category of political operatives, you get infected. So you are now being infected, yet you have a code of conduct. These other goons, they have no code of conduct. Now you find people calling themselves ghetto youth. The fact that you are from a ghetto doesn't mean that you cannot feel pain. I don't think being from the ghetto turns you into some substance that can resist. In the days when my party was not yet moving together with the government, we had our own tactics of dealing with such goons. For us, we respected the officers in uniform because we know they are on duty. But if you came to our demonstrations when you are not in uniform, we had a special unit that had the ability to drag you away and deal with you quietly while the demonstration continues. And many of them have lived to tell. It's only that probably now the groups that are involved are not very well organized. I want to assure the country that it's the duty of the Electoral Commission to be in charge of all aspects of the election. And the Electoral Commission cannot hide behind the police or the army. They support the overall goal. The Electoral Commission must take the lead. So I am hoping that in the next meetings going forward, they will be very clear. I also call upon the candidates to obey orders of the police and the other security forces. What happened in Gulu was a shame. It does not represent what the ordinary people there believe in. We cannot promote intolerance. Stupid ideas will collapse under their own weight. They don't need any help from you. If there's a candidate whose ideas cannot be sold, if you give them drama, then they will have excuses of saying they were not allowed to campaign and so on. We must all condemn intolerance. I know what the ruling party stands for in reality. I know what the leader of the NRM stands for in reality. And it is the duty of the ruling party to dissociate itself from those who are acting in its name. A few people can spoil the name of an institution. You remember how the Catholic Church had to fight against serious allegations of priests who were abusing children. The Pope himself had to come out and say, no, this is not us. So we are hoping that the senior leaders of the National Resistance Movement will come up and distance themselves from the activities of some of their over-enthusiastic people. I hope we will go back and let people know that the duty of ensuring justice, law, and order is not only in our hands as those in this room, but also every citizen. I was talking to my permanent secretary early in the morning, and let me disclose this. He told me they were in Kalangala. They were staying in Hotel Brovard and for a retreat of permanent secretaries. And they were very happy with how clean the hotel is, the ambience, the quality of service. But then one of his colleagues sitting on his balcony noticed that the hotel was throwing a lot of trash into the lake. Basically, they were taking sacks and sacks of trash, rubbish, dumping it in the lake. Now, this is the challenge the justice, law, and order institutions have. Just like I've been saying, you have our army that is basically supporting, 6 governments in Africa. In Central Africa, it is the UPDF guarding a whole governor. His country cannot protect him. If UPDF left Somalia, I think they would follow them. The whole government, I think, would board the next flight. And our neighbors to the north, the UPDF is there. In Congo, we are there, and other countries. Now, that is the shining example of that hotel, which has everything doing very well. But there is the underbelly. You are dumping rubbish in the lake. So why do you undermine your otherwise good deeds by doing something bad? These are the signs of contradiction that our partnership must fight. I was very disappointed to hear that story, and the permanent secretary of the environment was there. I wish he had immediately called the environmental inspectors under the law and given them a heavy fine for polluting the lake. The law is there. So we need to be very, very serious. Look at this Nakivubo channel. Everybody is blaming everybody. The mayor is blaming the so-called technical people. The technical people, they have become spectators. They are hiding behind a president's letter. The president wrote and said, get this done, see if it can be done. Now they are claiming it is a directive. Even if you are acting on a presidential directive, you cannot do it illegally. You cannot do it illegally. You have to, if the president directs that a road should pass here, you don't bring bulldozers immediately and start breaking down steel. You first of all value it, and then you issue a vesting order, compulsorily acquire the area according to the law. The Attorney General will work with the chief government valuer, they compensate steel, then we build our road. Because the public interest overrides every other interest. But you cannot just bring bulldozers and start breaking and waving a blue letter. That is an insult to the president. So, this meeting should, I don't know whether we have anybody from KCC here. Please invite them to be part of this partnership. Because we live in this city. You, the diplomats, you are there suffering quietly. There are bars and discotheques right next to your homes. You are suffering quietly, the police officers are here. During the break, please talk to them. Ask them, why do I have a disco near my home? I'm a diplomat. I'm supposed to sleep quietly. But everybody seems to be helpless. The other day I saw even Winnie Byanyima was complaining that her tenants have left Kololo because of the noise. Now, all those things are a sign that we have failed our own people. So let's deal with the contradictions. Our police is very well respected. In Interpol, the Uganda police is the most respected. But then sometimes you see their actions elsewhere. Our judiciary is being benchmarked by many other judiciaries. But then you find chief magistrates who don't want to refund bail money quickly. After 5 years, people are still begging for bail money to be refunded. I get bail today, I pay maybe 20 million in the court, then I go back and say, the case is now over, please give me back my bail money. It is another battle. You even have to pay a kickback to get back your own money. So I have to warn those judicial officers. There's a provision in the Constitution which we don't want to use, but we may be provoked to use it. Article 144 gives the cabinet powers to initiate disciplinary measures against a judge. In my opinion, it is a very bad law. I don't want ministers, because you know we are always being sued. As elections are coming, people will petition. So a minister who is annoyed will just go after a judge. It's a very bad law. So I hope the Judicial Service Commission can save us from the bad eggs who don't want to refund the bail money when people have already been discharged. These are the signs of contradictions. It reminds me of a story I keep telling of a man who went to buy food at night in the so-called takeaways. Instead of the restaurant owner giving him his food, he mistakenly, maybe due to fatigue, gave him all the money he had collected that day in a paper bag. So the man went with the paper bag, opened it. Instead of food, there was money. Being a decent citizen, he took back the money and told the restaurant owner, sorry, give me my food. Instead of food, you gave me all your day's earnings. Please take it back. The restaurant owner was so excited and requested to take a photo with that gentleman. And he told the gentleman, even the mayor of the city should know about this. This picture should appear in the newspapers, that we still have honest citizens in this town who, with a whole paper bag of money, instead of driving away, they would come back and give me back my money. You are a model citizen indeed. As they were posing for the photo, the restaurant owner sighted a lady in the man's car. And he told the gentleman, please, let your wife join us for this photo. And the man goes, that's not my wife. So here is a model citizen who had financial integrity, but he was cheating on his wife. These are the contradictions we have to deal with in the Jlos institutions. So on the one side, we are excelling, then we undermine. It's like the Brevard story of having a very clean hotel, excellent service, all the food is served on time, then you are dumping rubbish in the lake. So why do we let these things undermine our culture of excellence? So if I were to have a title for my long speech, I would say, dealing with the contradictions between our intentions and actions. These contradictions are everywhere. Even in the Ministry of Justice, they are there. We are trying our best because ours is a service ministry. These signs of contradictions are everywhere. I want to pledge on behalf of my colleagues, the ministers, and particularly the Cabinet Standing Committee on Human Rights, that we will take your recommendations in good faith, and there are many. I'll have meetings with that group, and that group has the very powerful ministers, so many generals. My deputy is the Minister of Internal Affairs. We have the Attorney General, we have the Minister for Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister for Gender, Labor, Social Development. We even have the Secretary General of the NRM, ex officio. We have the Government Chief Whip, a total of 9 powerful people are part of the Cabinet Standing Committee on Human Rights. We pledge to take your recommendations, but above all, we pledge to defend you, to take your decisions correctly. It is the duty of ministers not to interfere with the work of that technical people do. Many times we hear complaints But I want to assure you that if we are going to take matters forward, then we must protect your space as the technical people. I hope we will not forget to celebrate the good things. I've been told by Canon Wairagala that the photo on this cover is not an artist's impression. It is the actual building. So the Jlos house, which has been one of the signature projects, is now finished. I've been told that they will invite the president sometime in March to open it officially, and then we will celebrate. I told the permanent secretary that when are we moving? You know, after every election, ministers are reshuffled. So I have been eager to ask, when are we moving? Or am I going to be a minister who will not sit in that office? I told the PS brought a beautiful Christmas tree in our current office, but it is there under a staircase because we don't have space. Then I was told that in this building, the Christmas tree will now look too small again. In this building is going to have the most beautiful law library in Uganda. The Attorney General's Library, which we will encourage all of you to come. We even have a special section which will have secure documents, including the records of the Dominic Ongwen trial from the ICC, which we hope researchers will come and benefit from. Because all the horror stories of what happened in the North will be there. That will be a bulletproof section of that library, only accessible by clearance of the powers that be, either the Attorney General or the Solicitor General. And you have to book because it will have secret documents. We will also request the Administrator General to bring some of his documents there, because the Administrator General has some documents which have helped government from being cheated. You know, there are people who claim that they are getting letters of administration from people who died over 100 years ago. And the Administrator General has been able to bring original documents written by hand to prove that actually government legitimately acquired those properties. I'm sure those of you in police and prisons, you are being harassed by so-called landlords that claim that this barracks is on our ancestors' land, these prisons. Administrator General has the answer. These estates were settled long ago, so don't start compromising before talking to the Administrator General. So that will be a special section. High Court will also have its own building. The police headquarters is already coming up. These are milestones to be celebrated. So notwithstanding the lamentations that I have made, and that many of you are still to make, in my opinion, this partnership is working and it is worth investing in. May God bless you all. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will not be here for the end of year reception, but I hope Dr. Katia will invite me to dinner to compensate me. As you know, I'm also a candidate in these elections. My voters must think I'm the least serious candidate. because I've only campaigned for 5 days since the campaign started. So I hope, Mr. Kasande, you'll now let me go and campaign. The voting is on the 15th. And if you want me to continue coming to be part of this, I must win. Imagine the embarrassment of losing an election. Not that I've never lost an election. I know what it feels. I can assure you it doesn't feel good to lose an election. So you will excuse me from the end of year reception. I wish you the best as you continue this discussion. May God bless you.
Distinguished delegates, can we put the biggest applause of a hand clap to this elaborate speech from the Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister, you still have another honorable job to do, and that is to launch the report. I request the Senior Technical Advisor and the Deputy to usher you to where the report is going to be launched. And then thereafter, I think for purposes of clout, the team that you are with here should accompany you, Honorable Minister. The Senior Technical Advisor is waiting. This is a report about us, so we should be very happy about it. And the details will come thereafter.
It's now my
Can we have a mic to the minister? Because we need to listen to those words of wisdom.
It's now my honor, on behalf of all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are part of this partnership, to launch the Governance and Security Program Access to Justice Sub-Program Annual Report 2024-2025 on this 9th day of November. Okay. It's my honor to launch this annual report 2024-2025 on this 9th day of December, the year of our Lord, 2025, for God and my country. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together. And this is kindly to request that after the minister has signed, also the team signs, and I'm going to be mentioning names of the other people to join, and we shall request to remain standing because next we shall have a group photo right in front here. Band, you can put background music. As we are continuing to do the signing, I request Honorable Sinjiza Douglas to join in. I request Lady Justice Linda to follow. I request Lady Justice Christine Echukit to follow. In order, we shall have Mr. Joseph Bribonwa going to sign. We shall have Mr. George William Kajimu, followed by Mr. Samuel Akena, the Deputy Commissioner General. We shall have Mr. J.B. Asimwe following for DPP. We shall have following Charles Auma, DSG. We have Mr. Kode de Jong from the Embassy of Netherlands. We have Bit Farakonye, ADC. Yeah. After the signing, I request Honorable Minister that you hand over the reports from the center here for everybody to view and witness. First to receive a report will be the chair of the development partners. We put our hands together for the chair of the development partners accepting the report. Thank you so much. We have the members of the leadership committee, and we begin with the Judicial Service Commission. The Judicial Service Commission. We have, next, we have the chair, Nira, Chairman, Board of Governors, Nira. Followed by the board member of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Registration Services Bureau. Followed by DPP. Followed by the judge of the industrial court. She will be followed by Justice Echokit, also receives a report. Then we go to the members of the steering committee. We shall start with the Solicitor General. The Solicitor General receives the report from the Minister. Followed by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs. Following in queue, we have the PS, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Then followed by the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons. And the representative of the Inspector General of Police follows. After the representative of the Inspector General of Police, we shall have the Netherlands Embassy. For purposes of time, we shall have the reports distributed. I'm going to request the people who have received the report to come and stand with the guest of honor for a group photo. All those who have received the report, kindly come in front and we share a group photo with the Honorable Minister. Those arranging photography, please arrange our guests very well. We want to have a memorable photograph. Yes, we make sure at least everybody on that team is seen properly because this is a historical photograph. I'm told this is the last time we shall be in a hotel as Jlos because the next one we shall be in a more magnificent place, which will be our Jlos house. So this is a historical photo. Now that we are done with the photograph, we are going for a coffee break and we should take it. Time is not on our side. We should take the shortest possible time and come back and then listen to the real content, the details of the report, and then we respond, and that will be it. Thank you very much. Coffee break next. We continue to recognize our distinguished guests with us. We have Dr. Livingston Sewanyana for Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. We have Mr. Kechimursa especially for the agencies, to mark where we have scored, where we are average, and where we need to improve. And we are going to be guided by the technical team. Fortunately, I don't have much to say. The chair for this session is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs, standing in for the Minister. And because he was supposed to give his remarks in the previous session, I request him to start by giving his remarks and then chairing the next session. Being that he is the chair of the next session, he knows what to do with it. I wish that we all lend our ears and eyes to him so that he steers us in this session. Sir, I request that you take your position and then you take us through the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, this thing is not working. It's not working. Even the other ones are not. Let the technical people come.
The technical team working on the mics, even mine is not working. No, the problem is, it's back, sir.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, dear participants. The Honorable Minister has left us. My Lord, the Justices, members of Parliament, I didn't see any. They are all fighting for their lives. The heads of the Jlos institutions, which are all, at least every institution I've noticed is represented here. The representatives of our development partners, members of the civil society, the media, the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you back to this session. The morning one took quite long. I hope this one won't be as long. Ours is, I'm honored to chair this session. So I want to take this opportunity to invite the presenters in this session. One, the Solicitor General and his team, and the chairperson of the Justice Development Partners Group. So if the two teams can join me here, then we can start. Be comfortable, please. Yeah, let's say. Okay. There, my chair is this one. CEO, that's it. I'm advised that we are combining the two sessions, session 2 and session 3. So I therefore invite the CEO Lapsnet, CSO's comments and perspectives. The one who will present us the perspectives of the CSOs. So CEO Lapsnet, please. Thank you. Okay. So it gives me great honor as Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and chairperson of this session to welcome you all to one of the most critical moments in our annual Jlos review, the presentation of the annual Jlos performance report for the financial year 2024-2025. So this session will receive the report and then we receive the response from the CSOs. Now this report represents the collective progress of all institutions under the Justice, Law and Order Sub-Program framework. It reflects our joint achievements, our shared challenges, and our continuing commitment to building a people-centered justice system that promotes the rule of law, human rights, and the access to justice for all. Over the past year, Jlos has continued to implement key reforms in criminal justice, commercial justice, land justice, and access to justice for vulnerable groups. The report we are about to hear highlights significant strides made in these areas, such as digitization and automation of justice systems, infrastructure development, including the near completion of the Jlos house that we have been told, innovations in community justice and civil protection, strengthened coordination among the institutions for improved case management and service delivery. These achievements were made possible through steadfast partnership between the government of Uganda, the development partners, and civil society organizations, all working under the Jlos umbrella. To take us through this presentation of the report and reflections on its findings, allow me to introduce our speakers. First, the Solicitor General, Mr. Pius Birgonwoha, and Chair of the Jlos Steering Committee, representing the Minister of Justice, who is the Chair of the Jlos Steering Committee, who will represent the key highlights, performance indicators, and impacts and results from the annual Jlos report of 2024. Second, I take the honor to introduce the representative of the development partners, who will provide a partner perspective on Jlos progress and areas of continued support and collaboration. And thirdly, last and but not least, the CEO, LASPNet, civil society organizations' comments and perspectives on this report. So I now take the honor to invite our presenter, the Solicitor General, to give us the aspects of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chair of the session, the PS Internal Affairs. Good afternoon. The Honorable Minister is not here. Perhaps I'll stand on the protocol that was already well laid out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Justice, Law and Order sub-program presents its annual performance report for the financial year 2024-2025, which is the 5th performance report under the program-based approach and the final report under the National Development Plan 3, as Rachel had told us earlier. This Jlos annual report sets out the performance of the sub-program for the financial year 2024-2025. The report is supplementary to the government annual performance report produced by the Office of the Prime Minister. The objective of the report is to highlight performance made against set targets and actions and demonstrates the results of the sub-program over the financial year. The outputs, the indicators, and associated targets and actions outlined in financial year 2024-2025 sub-program work plan and the budget are used as the framework for the analysis, and the performance information in the report is generated from this analysis of the data from the institutional submissions. So this is data that came from the institutions. This strategic report tracks progress and results information in the outcome areas of the Justice, Law and Order institutions to enable the sub-program and development partners, as well as other key stakeholders, to assess progress and target areas for reorganization or indeed increased investment. This progress report reflects the entire resource envelope for the Jlos institutions, which includes the Swap Basket Fund, Government of Uganda recurrent and development expenditure, as well as other multilateral and bilateral project support that the sub-program institutions accessed during the financial year we are reporting on. The report is prepared in a collaborative and participatory manner with the initial submission by the respective institutions, forming the basis of this report, as I had earlier told you. The data is analyzed and compiled into this report, which we will be presenting shortly. I wish to reiterate that the sub-program performance is a collaborative effort and is delivered by the synergy that is provided by the sub-program management structures at both national and subnational levels. We applaud the able leadership provided by the chairperson and members of the Jlos Leadership Committee. I thank colleague members of the Jlos Steering Committee for the policy direction to the sub-program. I wish to also thank the Technical Committee and other working groups and the sub-national committees for the dedication that has enabled us to register improving performance. We applaud the Jlos development partners who continue to support the sub-program in various forms. So allow me make special mention for the following for their contribution to the sub-program. The European Union for project support, the government of Austria, again for project support, UNICEF for support towards implementation of the Justice for Children project, UNFPA support towards the sexual and gender-based Violence Special Sessions, the IDLO with support from Sweden, Community Justice Program, and with the support from the Netherlands, Access to Justice for Sustainable Development Program, and the UN Women Project support. Mr. Chairman, allow me also to appreciate our partners from the civil society who have contributed towards efforts to deliver justice for all in your respective fields. Honorable Chairperson, I will now, with your permission, invite the Secretariat to take us through the detailed report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Solicitor General. Thank you, Chair. May I take this opportunity to also once again welcome all of us to this review, and allow me to ride on the protocol earlier established by the previous speakers. This is going to be a little detailed. We need about 4 hours. I may request the staff of the secretariats to share the copies of the report with the members. The report has been launched, and it will be good for everyone to follow the presentation of the report from the hard copy that we have. Like the Solicitor General has mentioned, Chair, this is the last report under NDP 3. It is also the 5th under the program-based approach. And this time, we're focusing on what we have been able to change as opposed to what we have done. And so I will not focus more on the smaller things, the pens we have bought, and the how many workshops we have, but we're focusing on the change that we have created over the last 5 years of NDP 3 implementation, and over the 25 years of existence of this institution, the Justice Law and Order sector. There is a study that has just been concluded by Uganda Bureau of Statistics. It's not ours. It has been done by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And interestingly, in that study, Ugandans now trust you more. 82% is the level of public trust in the Justice, Law and Order program, from 69% and as low as 40% at the start of the NDP 3 period. You are now more trusted. And this is an expression of the citizens as captured in that report. In the same report and other studies that have been undertaken, people are now more satisfied with the decisions that are taken by these EU institutions. This is also revealed in the Justice Needs Survey 2024, undertaken by the Hague Institute for Innovating Law. Of course, this has not come out of the blue. This has come out from the innovations, from the investments, and from focusing on systems approach to the delivery of services. With a conviction rate of 71%, I think we can comfortably say that we are not merely arresting people for the sake of it. there is no political vendetta in many of the arrests that are done, because 7 out of 10 people processed through the criminal justice system end up with a conviction as a result of the improved quality of investigations, as a result of the speed at which investigation is undertaken, and as a result of developments in the use of science and technology and other innovations in the delivery of services. In the same report, Ugandans have indicated that they feel safe. They feel more comfortable moving both during the day and night. And this is also supported by information and statistics from the Uganda police, which shows a continuing reduction in crime from 697 at the start of the NDP3 period to now 476 for every 100,000 in the police report of 2024-2025. Of course, you cannot deliver justice services under a tree, in a kiosk, and many of these not online. We have had a concerted effort of ensuring that we provide appropriate infrastructure for delivery of services. We had a challenge that initially we were renting the next shop, we were renting the next kiosk, maybe next to a bar, and no wonder many Ugandans thought that justice services are for sale. Because if your neighbor is selling sugar, the other one is selling paraffin, the other one is selling clothes, they will think that the other neighbor is also selling a commodity service called justice. And we have made a deliberate effort to make sure that we have the requisite infrastructure. And over the period, we have been able to have 94 one-stops frontline service points constructed over the lifespan of this program. And our target was 117. The number of districts, as you know, have increased, 140 plus cities. And so we need to catch up. I'm very sure this number has also increased with the creation of 3 new districts in Tororo over the last couple of months. We are currently implementing the sub-county policing model. And the idea is make sure that we cover many more sub-counties with infrastructure to support this model that will have a minimum of 18 personnel with all the other requisite functionalities. Out of the 2,000 sub-counties, we have covered 591 and 49 in 49 districts. If you look at the geographical spread countrywide, we still have a long way to go to reduce the distances that people traverse in search of justice services. But we are happy to report that we have been able to reduce the average distance people traverse in search of services from 32 kilometers to now a 15-kilometer radius. So within a 15-kilometer radius, you are able to see and appreciate these particular services. And that's why people are more comfortable, they are more confident, because you cannot trust an institution that is very far away from you, because since you don't know its existence and other challenges. Mr. Baine said that this is going to be the last review in a hotel. And indeed, it is a luxury view in a hotel. This is because our conference hall in the Jlos house is almost ready. We could not take you there because we need an occupation permit. And so there are small things we are trying to do currently to enable us get that occupation permit. The construction of the Jlos house now, phase 1, is 98%. The other 2% are smaller things that are left, active network and telephone systems, testing of the firefighting system, testing and running all these other aspects that relate to power and the lifts. And like the minister said, initially we were putting artistic impressions. The artistic impression of what it should be is what we have been flagging. And that era of using the artistic impression has since ended. Now what you have on top of the report is the actual building externally. And what we are seeing is not this hotel. What we are seeing on the slide is the inside of the building. When we talk about many of these facilities, they are there in actual sense. That we are more than prepared to have an infrastructure suited to the business of the justice, law, and order sector. In this place, we are all competing. You are competing with those that have come for Christmas. You are competing with those that are doing other things. Even our clients, potential clients, they are also in another room, and they don't know what we are discussing here. But I think that has come to an end. And we want to thank all of you that have weathered the storm to ensure that we deliver this project this time. In this facility, maybe Edgar, you will get a little slowly. In this facility, we have conference halls, a big conference hall to seat about 500 people. We also have breakup rooms where we can have dual meetings taking on place. For Uganda Human Rights Commission, Judicial Service Commission, we're no longer going to use boardrooms to hear cases of those errant people. We have specialized tribunal halls where this is going to be done. We are not going to line up in some other place for our meals because we have a restaurant within the building. You are endangered people, and we do not want to endanger your security going to Mama Kachara and the other places to get food. We shall have it on this. We also are aware of issues of work-lifestyle balance, and there is a gym. So when you come, you have a gym. You come from home, you do the work, you wind up, and you go back home more energized. That is the Jlos house, and it is a reality. And I will believe that within the next, I think, 5 weeks, we are no longer talking about years, we are no longer talking about months, we are talking about weeks. Within the next 5 weeks or so, we should be allowing in the first entrance. We shall manage order, because we cannot all 8 institutions enter at the same time. So we shall be allowing you to enter in an organized way. But we also want to inform you that we don't have space for your old cars, for your old tires, for your old broken furniture. That space is not there. We want to expect that when somebody comes, he sees that whatever we have there is for the purpose. We have sent out a circular to all the institutions that are going to occupy the building Please study that circular clearly so that if there is something that is not clear, we are able to address. We are doing the same for the police headquarters, which is now at 60% completion. And at the police side, we have a conference hall with a seating capacity, actually an amphitheater with a seating capacity of 1,000 people. So I don't think there is any function that we hold that is more than that number of persons. And I'm sure the hotel people are not hearing, but we can use them for other purposes. But for these functions, we are now going to be self-contained. We are constructing other places, including immigration, the DNA data bank, and also addressing housing for our men in uniform, the police and prisons. And we are happy to report that we have been able to put up 1,447 housing units for both police and prisoners within the reporting period. But just notice that even with the total constructions and infrastructure we have only been able to cover 30% of the demand. So we need to, if it has taken us 25 years to do 30%, we should not take another 10 years to do the remaining 70%. We have been informed that start next year, we shall have money from oil. So this is an opportunity for us to address some of these challenges. We want to thank the European Union that has enabled us to put up infrastructure, especially in refugee hosting communities. We've been able to construct in Madiokoro, in Ajumani, in Moyo, in Lamo, in Yumbe, and in Terego, Koboko, and other places. A big thank you to the European Union for this support. We have to promote equitable access to justice. And over time, we've been able to ensure that the percentage of legal aid service providers meeting service standards is over and above the 50% where we were in 2020 to 2023. That now 98, almost 100% of legal aid service providers meet the service standards. This is an improvement and a major milestone, because the quality of justice is also measured by the quality of the institutions that serve it. We encourage diversion of cases, especially for children and the petty offenders, and we have maintained an over 75% diversion rate over the implementation of the NDP2. Our biggest challenges still remain staffing and training, and the need for us to fast track the concepts as well as processes to ensure that there is equity in the circumstances. And I think the minister has addressed the issue of legal aid, the legal aid bill, and what needs to be done. I pray that we shall take that one by the horns and make sure that it is realized. Under measures to prevent and respond to crime, we talked about the policing, the sub-county policing model, where we are at 56% implementation. We continue to improve on infrastructure. We also continue to improve on ensuring that we have the necessary manpower. We highlight in the details in the report on what we have done to improve the quality of investigation, the quality of prosecution, and the quality of adjudication. But most important is working as a team, ensuring that we focus on delivery of a system that delivers a unified service. We notice challenges with the trafficking in persons, partly as a result of improvements in the reporting. And we do applaud the Uganda Prison Service for continuously reducing on the rate of reoffending, despite the challenges that they have. The rate of reoffending has now reduced from about 25% at the start of the NDP 3 period to now 13.4%. I want to report that the Ugandan reoffending rate is among us the lowest in the world. And I think the lowest in Africa. Because some of our neighbors, South Africa and the others, they have a reoffending rate of 75%. Even the US has a reoffending rate of 80%. But with our prisons, some of the units are appearing like Mama Ingia Pole, with the overcrowding, with the limited support in terms of manpower. We have one warder for 7 inmates. We still have managed to return a 13.5% reoffending rate. And now we're working on a correctional approach and a correctional model that we believe is going to deliver even a better service, and also enable us make the clients in the prison system better citizens when they come out, so that they do not have to come back into the system. In terms of eligible convicts sentenced to community service, we continue to register an increase from 45% in 2016 to 68% in the reporting period. We track community service because it has helped to decongest the prison system. But it has also helped to ensure that petty offenders do not mix with the hardcore criminals. I wonder what would have happened to the prison system if all of these people who have been sentenced to community service were to be incarcerated. We would have a serious catastrophe. Today, our prison system has a holding capacity of 23,000, but we currently have over 85,000 inmates. Even when we look at the 85,000 inmates, 53% or 54% are convicts. And so, even when we say the others go back home, we shall still have overcrowding, because we will have over 40 to 50,000 inmates that are held up in a space meant for as few as 23,000 inmates. We highlight the reduction in case backlog across board because of strengthening the chain-linked approach, and also support that we have received from partners to address some of the teething challenges. Under transitional justice, as we await the transitional justice bill and policy, we continue to strengthen accountability, the trials of Coelho and others, where we secure the conviction. It's not that we are happy about the conviction, but in light of the need for accountability, I think people are now beginning to see that we are addressing the challenge. Ministry of Justice has been able to disperse 158 billion to 28,000 verified claimants for cattle compensation across the Acholi, Teso, and Lango sub-regions as part of the transitional justice process. We are continuing to strengthen local council courts through training of members, and also ensuring that there are functional secretariats at district level to ensure that we manage records and ensure functionality and performance of the court. The disposal rate of cases in institutions and in the courts has increased from 55% to 63%. And according to the police crime report, we continue to increase the number of cases taken to court progressively from 56,000 to now 81,000. The improvements in terms of reducing pretrial detainees, that now stand at 47% from 59% at the start of the NDP3 period. Want to applaud the Ministry of Justice and all the government lawyers that have managed to represent government and ensure that cases are won. Over this period, Ministry of Justice has been able to handle 17,000 cases. And this has saved the government 4.6 trillion shillings. That government should have paid out if they had lost these cases. A big thank you to the Minister of Justice. The turnaround time in service delivery has continued to improve. For instance, you can now get your passport in 5 days, irrespective of where you are applying from 12 days in 2017-2018. In URSB, for those of you who want to open a company now, if you have all the paperwork, by the time we finish this presentation, you will have completed the process and opened up a company. Most of these services are online, and we believe that we shall do the same for the national ID. We've had some challenges at the start, especially as we move into mass registration, but we believe that moving forward, you'll be able to get your national ID within 21 days after you have been registered. In terms of case management systems and others, we continue to register an increase in the clearance rate of cases and a reduction in the average length of stay on remand to now 10.3 months on average. Of course, for capital offenses, it's about 17 months, and for the non-capital cases is an average of 2.8 months. But we look at the totality of the prison population and calculate on average how many months have each of those inmates stayed, and we get the average. We see increase in convictions and improvements in ensuring that inmates who are supposed to go to court are actually delivered to court. We see an increase in the percentage of reported cases taken to court from 28.9% in 2020 to 37.4%. Despite the challenges in terms of numbers, our CID have an average of 30 cases per CID, compared to an international average of 12 cases per CID. So we note the challenges in numbers, and yet we are still having challenges in the use of modern technology and other processes. We continue to automate and ensure services are available online, and we have continued to expand the use of the national ID using second generation IDs which have advanced features. And I believe this is going to be an opportunity for us to ask once. Once you give me your NIN number, I am able to track and get all the other information about this person. You know, somebody has your NIN and is asking you when you were born. All that information is embedded there, and something that we believe is going to help us. You can now access immigration services in 7 missions, including processing of passports. You can process a passport in Washington, London, in Abu Dhabi, in Beijing, in Ottawa, and in Pretoria and other places. And immigration services also available in 7 regional offices in Jinja, Mbale, Moroto, Gulu, Hoima, Mbarara, and Fort Portal. One interesting development here is that you do not have to travel to Kampala to apply for a passport. You know, there are people who are very smart. They would sit around the entrance of immigration headquarters and start their process. You want their passport in 2 days, that is 4 million. You want it in 6 days, that is 2 million. And yet they would not do nothing. So you sit in the comfort of your home, your office, and apply for these services online. You only go to immigration for personalization. I think we shall be going to a level where you can also do the personalization at home, and you only go the other side to receive your passport. We talked about the automation in terms of industrial property, in terms of business registration, in terms of prosecution of cases. We are doing it for all the other services. I am sure all of us have adopted the e-document system. That has reduced the amount of paper. I remember in Ministry of Justice, for every file you had to photocopy it a number of times. Now this is all available. It is available to the persons that are supposed to handle, and the processing is automatically done. Everybody knows what they are supposed to do to improve. Of course, we still have a long way to go in terms of catching up with the technology and catching up with all these processes. We want people to look at technology as an enabler, as something that helps to reduce on the time and also exposure of some of these other processes to fraud. In terms of reform of laws, we have had 194 bills processed over this NDP3 period. We're working on and completed user guides on succession. And we want to thank the team that worked tirelessly to ensure that Uganda is removed from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force. We're no longer on that grey list. And you can now notice that, yeah, you can clap for yourselves. The good thing, I'm looking at people here, each one of you has got a Visa card. You are all the people who use the banking system. You no longer travel with dollars in your pockets. And that is only possible if you have a fair and trusted financial payment system. When you are on the gray list and you make a transaction, either TT or what, it is going to take 5-6 days before the money is reflected the other side. In some countries, it will even take, for those countries that are on the gray list, it will take you 1 month. So imagine you're a businessman and you are paying somebody in Japan for a delivery of goods, and it takes 1 month for the money to reflect. Here, only from your account, it leaves. The other side, they have to look for so many reasons. Where did it come from? Who is this? And so on. That's what we were going through in the previous years. Today, you pay somebody in London in the afternoon, and the next morning they will have the money. That is the critical importance of being off this grey list. And you can now comfortably move with your ATM. I know many of you would move with your ATMs, and you are in South Africa and says declined. That was part of the problem. And so we want to thank the team, including our own Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Ministry of Justice, Immigration, and others that have worked to ensure that we are off this particular grey list, and we shouldn't be going back there anytime again. In terms of human rights, we still maintain the A status. Beyond that one is we are there. We have never been downgraded, despite some of the challenges we have. We have finalized the consultation on the National Action Plan for Human Rights. We continue to monitor adherence to human rights standards. Like I told you, we now have provided housing to the institutions that but this is work in progress. We've been able to increase holding capacity over the NDP 3 period by 12%, but we still have a small challenge of congestion. Every time we talk about the prison to the development partners, they look at what is happening back home, and they tell you, for them, they are closing down. Why should they support you to expand? But if you look at Uganda, we have one of the lowest incarceration rates in Africa. In some of our neighbors, the rate of incarceration is 500 for every 100,000 people. Ours is less than 100. So the 500 versus 100. So we are not asking for too much. It's just because of the natural occurrence of some of these aspects. We continue to strengthen the Human Rights Tribunal, and progressively we are beginning to see an improvement in terms of disposal of complaints. We have eliminated the dreaded night soil system in the prison. We are only left with a small challenge within the police, and in a few prisons, you know, I don't know in each of your homes whether that grass thatched house has a flash toilet. If you go to places like Bulisa, you know, there the inmates excuse you because they can still walk away. They can still walk away. I know, Beate, you have been there. You can see the kind of infrastructure. We cannot put, there is no provision, there is no space where you can put a flush toilet. So it's only the places where we are challenged with infrastructure that we have this challenge. We continue to strengthen these quasi-judicial institutions, such as the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Equal Opportunities Commission, to address challenges of disposal of cases. We continue to integrate the human rights-based approach in the policies, in legislation and plans, and strengthen citizenship awareness of their rights, but also their obligations. Corruption is something that we are dealing with. The figures are impressive in terms of clearance rate, where we are doing more than 100%. Conviction rate, where we are performing higher, 90% by the DPP. We're only having a challenge with the IG, because IGG has adopted. They want to negotiate. The IGG negotiates, and the people are able to pay back. So they are not taking less people to the systems for prosecution. But 90% is the conviction rate for cases that are handled by the office of the DPP. So don't think about committing a corruption offense. The chances are high that you will be convicted by the DPP. In terms of money, we continue to see some nominal increases in allocation for wage from 592 billion to 721. The non-wage is oscillating. It depends on the time of the year. Now that we are in elections, they will give us a little more. After elections, it disappears, and yet the work remains to be done. In terms of allocation, we've seen an 11% reduction in allocation from 2.2 trillion shillings in 2023-2024 to 1.9 trillion in 2024-2025 because of some of the one-off expenditures including cattle compensations. We highlight the issue of supplementaries. Our prayer is that countries' supplementaries be integrated so that we move forward, and with this as our resource. We still have been more or less at the same level in terms of overall performance from 2021-22 to the current period. We still track performance across the strategic objectives. 58% of our money goes to areas of infrastructure, 17% on business processes, 30% on compliance with the Uganda Bill of Rights, and 7%, not 47, 7%, let's say, 7% goes to program management and sector-wide activities. Thank you so much. That is your performance, and that is how we're going to enter into NDP4. And I'll also take this opportunity to wish you Merry Christmas and a happy 2026 in the Jlos house.
Thank you very much, Canon and Secretariat, for the detailed report. I now take the opportunity to be honored to invite our representative of the development partners to give their perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you're still here together. Chair of the session, I stand on the protocols observed and established as I present the remarks of the development partners groups and our observations. My name is Beate Paukuya. I'm the deputy head at the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation. And I speak on behalf of the Justice Sector Development Partners Group, which is constituted by my colleagues from the EU delegation, Royal Danish Embassy, Embassy of Sweden, Embassy of Netherlands, GIZ, IDLO, Office of the UN Resident Coordinator, UNDP, UNHCR, UN Women, UNODC, and UNICEF. Unfortunately, we have lost our colleague from the USAID this year, as their commitment to support was ended. As I give my presentation, I would really like to appreciate the commitment of the partners in working together and on our priority areas, which are case backlog, very much sharing the priorities which we share among all of us here: case backlog, legal aid, human rights, and observation of constitutional rights, as well as transitional justice. What we have been doing over the year as development partners is we meet regularly and discuss priorities. We invite key stakeholders, also from the justice institutions, to learn more about areas of cooperation and understand your needs. And then we, very much in collaboration and coordination with the Jlos Secretariat, we also go for joint monitorings. And during the reporting period, we have been in Mukono to Kauga Prison, to Mukono High Court, as well as Namataba Local Council Court. Then in Kampala, we visited maybe 6 months ago, around there, the progress of the Jlos house. So happy to see even now carpets and things there today. Then we visited the remand home in Naguru with the Ministry of Gender, as well as the NERA offices at the Independence Grounds. And more recently, we had a joint monitoring mission to the Albertine region, where we visited the justice centers of Chiboga, the Bulisa, which was just referred to, including the prison there, and also the opening of Jegegwa Justice Center. We had an engagement with the Jlos institutions in Hoima, and also visited the remand home in Masindi and Jangwali refugee settlement. So through these engagements, we really appreciate the cooperation, as I had mentioned, and the discussions also in terms of what is needed, and we really appreciate your input on in the needs, as well as in the developments moving forward. And at the same time also, and this is what I now say here for the third time, for the second time, that we really, our comments are taken in good faith and made as partners in the spirit of partnership to advance the access to justice for all in Uganda. So with that, I move on to my comments on the report. We really appreciate the reports and the consistency also of the reports. We also appreciate that we have now completed NDP 3 and I move on to NDP 4, and that the reports always provide a comprehensive account of the activities, and that over the years also analysis has improved even today. So I really have to step up my game now with the presentation with the fancy icons and graphics. Yeah, next year we will see what we can do to that, and that we also can speak honestly about challenges and actions, and that we share this commitment also to advance access to justice to vulnerable groups. What we saw today in terms of glimpses is the more results based reporting, which we really appreciate, and I think which will be good to take forward more. Also that cooperation across the institutions is strengthened and coordination, which is, I think, one of the key game changers in maybe in addition to automation, which can actually provide changes and increase achievements in terms of when funds are not really increasing, as we all know at the current moment. All right. Let's move on to outcome 1, people-centered service delivery strengthened. We have already talked about what we really appreciate is that bringing justice closer to the people, to establishing the one-stop service centers and the Jlos service points, as well as that the Jlos house is almost ready and the police headquarters at 40%. We also really have taken note of the customer care and information desk. We have been asking for that information in the past, so I really appreciate finding it also in the report this time around. And the high number of interactions reported, for example, with the public by URSP or DPP, and also the numbers of cases resolved. I think the only gaps we saw was in customer desks by NERA and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which also only stand NERA at 11% and Ministry of Internal Affairs at 3%. What I really also like is, and maybe on a small note, is the NCIC is engaging also on TikTok, which is rare, I think, for many institutions, even government institutions in Austria or any other countries, to use these new platforms where you can actually reach maybe also a different generation of people. We also recently had this discussion about communication strengthening, and I think this is some things to look into as we talk about communication and how we reach our audiences. So I appreciate that, and as well as the strengthened coordination and cooperation between the institutions through the district coordination and the regional coordination meetings. In regard to legal aid, one of our main focus areas, we have taken note that legal aid services and pro bono schemes keep being strengthened and have reached over 63,000 people in all the different settings which we have all the year, be it prisons, be it remand homes, be it in schools, refugee settlements, as well as people accessing court while we wait and so on, also through the different justice legal aid service providers. That's the word. We have talked already about the legal aid bill today, so I'll just want to repeat that that's one of our promises we had taken away last year, that we would make some progress. So we are really looking forward to that, as well as to making sure that there is systemic access for vulnerable groups to legal aid, and that they can address their justice challenges through our support, or through the support of the institutions. Regarding justice for children, we would like to commend the efforts about fast-tracking case disposal. Over 10,000 cases, including 284 capital ones, have been handled within the mandatory period, which is a jump from 18% in the financial year 2022-2023 to 62% in the current year, which is really admirable. We clearly see those efforts also when we visit courts, that we almost, one of the first things is being said, cases for children as well as SGBV women are usually really given priority. We have also taken note of the diversion rate of 75% and the ongoing capacity building about child-friendly procedures and strengthening coordination to support access to justice for children. The continued eyesore, and I think we also have talked about it a number of times, are the remand homes, which also face congestion percentages between 168% to over 400%. So there's really also quite a gap there, which needs to be addressed. And in addition to when we go for monitoring, I think there has been some support from UNICEF, but still, for example, when we were in Masindi last time, the only activity for the children who are staying there is to go to the gardens. And I think there will be more opportunities to use their time better in terms of while they have to stay on remand. And then we also know that many times their constitutional time is overspent. There was another question or a topic raised by us about the minimum age of criminal responsibility, which is stands at 12 years, while the internationally recommended age would be 14 years. Regarding strengthening family justice and promoting gender equality, we have taken note of the increased capacity to handle estate administration and family-related legal matters. Also that the marriage registration is now also under NERA, where all the formal registrations, civic registrations are hosted, which makes it also easier for citizens to access these services. For gender equality and particularly SGBV cases, we are also taking note of the fast tracking of cases which happens, as well as the 82% conviction rate for GBV cases, which is even beyond the 70% conviction rates we have in general. And that there is quite a lot of capacity building happening regarding SGBV management of cases, evidence collection, the forensics, and so on, which really supports access to justice for survivors of violence. What we would be interested in moving forward is, because there's not only sexual and physical violence, but there are many other forms, like, for example, emotional, economic, and to see how it would be possible to, for example, also have such cases heard or prosecuted in Uganda. Okay. regarding the effective and efficient prevention and response to crime, as well as, let's start with that. We have taken note, that the sub-county policing model has been introduced in 39% of the sub-counties, and that there's ongoing capacity building in different areas, being cybercrime, trafficking of humans, crime scene management, STBB, as I mentioned, evidence collections, also in refugee law. Also, some have mentioned the community services, which have been really overachieved in terms of target. I think there was a plan of 9,000 offenders doing community service, but we have achieved over 13,000 given this opportunity rather than a custodial service, which helps again in curbing congestions. Regarding transitional justice, we have taken note of the training of local council courts, as well as the conclusion of the Coelho case and the reparation awards, which takes us to in terms of the gaps we have noted is the transitional justice bill, which has already been mentioned today, where I think we would appreciate a way forward, as we also talked about it even last year. And then also already mentioned today that many times the compliance with the 48-hour rule cannot be ensured. And we would probably also recommend having more data available also, but also a tracking system that ensures more fulfillment of the 48-hour rule. So, which takes us to the overview of outcome 1. And as you know, as development partners have been doing, we also assess the report and what has been achieved over the year. And I think the overview is quite clear, a lot of greens, so it was quite easy to come to an assessment that the outcome 1 the rating is satisfactory. Congratulations on that. Outcome 2. Outcome 2 talks about Jlos business processes reformed and strengthened. Under this outcome, we look at case disposal. And we have also the report documents efforts to speed up case disposal and to reduce case backlog, which has remained at 26% despite the growth in cases. We have taken note of the reduction of remand time and also that the number of remandees stands at 47%, which is still high, but it's at least less than 50% as it was many times in the past. We also appreciate the efforts taken to increase automation and integration of systems among the institutions, as well as ODPP for the increase of cases taken to court, where we have almost 50,000 cases taken actually, which was a lot more than in the previous years. Moving forward, we would still think that needs to be more to be done in terms of strategies to continue reducing the case backlog. Then actually there is, if you look at the remand periods or for cases, the highest number of cases is actually those on minister's orders, who stay with an amount or an average of 109 months on remand, which is over 9 years. And as we know, it's a small number of people, but still these are very vulnerable people. And it would be really good to find a solution for them, which is probably not best in the prison services. Then there was a slight decline noted in the conviction rate, which was attributed to the unwillingness of witnesses to testify or circumstances among the witnesses to testify for fear of retaliation. And there was a discussion about a witness protection law. So we would like to hear some follow-up about that and if it's to be taken up. Regarding business processes, we have taken note of the strengthening of business registration that has already been mentioned, being at URSB, NIRA, DCIC, NGO Bureau. Also, the automation efforts ongoing, particularly the progress of ODPP, which has stands at 45%. From a much lower state, and then also the promotion of commercial and land dispute resolution, which has been talked about to increase business operations, trust in businesses and Uganda as a business place, as well as the integration of the industrial property automation system with the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization member states is another achievement which supports Uganda as a business place. The gaps which we noticed were, one is that talking about all these business efforts, and we are to translate in increased business revenue, maybe also increased tax revenue. This should be measurable. That's what we thought, and it would be actually too good to demonstrate what can be achieved through that, through these increased processes. We even had a discussion among the development partners with Edgar on the e-justice strategy, demonstrate through the investments what you expect to come out. And finally, I think there was some police really tried well to get the EPIs to get to implement the system, which has a good idea, and we would be interested also in the follow-up, what is going to happen to it. Which leads me to our assessment of outcome 2. And again, with very many green fields and arrows, we are happy to report that we also assessed outcome 2 as satisfactory. Okay. With that, I move on to outcome 3, the compliance, strengthening the compliance of the Uganda Bill of Rights. The discussion on the outcomes and on the ratings on the assessment is usually the most contentious among the development partners. So maybe your tension is also rising. At least for us, we usually spend more time on assessing outcome 3 than on the other ones. The other ones, we are usually very unanimous in how we move. Anyway, we really appreciate commendable initiatives on the dissemination of the Bill of Rights. Even we have taken note that the Uganda Human Rights Commission has developed an app where you can not only take away information, get more information, but also file complaints, file issues, which really helps also. I mean, it's, thank you, on cue, which helps. I guess it does not help, it helps an educated group of people, but still they have access, and moving forward, this is the way to go as the population evolves and more people will have access to use mobile services for information as well as for accessing services. We also take note of the commitments to inclusion through targeted measures, to include vulnerable groups, be it ethnic minorities, be it persons with disabilities, be it other people who have challenges accessing their rights. Then also that continuous monitoring takes place of places of detention, and also actions have been taken by the Rights Commission and the institutions to effect the release on bonds of suspects who are detained beyond 48 hours. And also that there, as has been reported, there are improvements ongoing to improve the living conditions in places of detention, be it the reduction of the, the bucket system, be it the establishment of health facilities, staffing, accommodation, as well as some wards were being built also within the prison services. We also, we mentioned it, we have taken note of the reduction of pretrial trainees. Nevertheless, the 48-hour rule violations still remain common, and I think this needs to be addressed somehow. We have also taken note of the introduction of disciplinary codes in all districts by UPF. And there's a real commitment, as the commitment have taken note of the commitment to really observe the rights of the people within the actions of the institutions. And also the biggest increase actually among the case disposals was the one by the Uganda Human Rights Commissions, which increased from around 3 or 4% to 17% over the reporting period, which really documents commendable effort. The continued challenge is the prison congestion at 356%. And it has been said, as I think prison population increases by around 6% every year. And also compared to the population, the number of prisoners is actually on quite a low level. There is something which needs to be done also in terms of providing enough space for people in prisons. In regarding to the human rights standards and civic responsibilities, we have also taken note of the civic education ongoing, as well as election preparation and the implementation of the election roadmap. I think this has also been discussed quite amply this morning already. And so the human rights mechanisms have also been strengthened and established in MDAs and local governments, which we also appreciate. Also, we appreciate the maintenance of the A status at the gunnery. However, and there's this however, that there are still issues which were raised about the merger with the Equal Opportunities Commission, addressing systemic cases of torture, and also about the appointment of the chairperson members, which I think need to be addressed until 2027, I think, when the application will be reviewed finally. Yeah, we would also like to appreciate an update on the NAP for human rights and the National Action Plan for Human Rights, as well as about the monitoring system of recommendations from regional and international human rights mechanisms, how they are being followed and implemented. So, it has green. It has green, and it went from yellow to green. So actually, without very much drama, I can say we also decided, second year in a row, that we award outcome free even the progress as satisfactory. And I guess that one of the main game changers was that we really appreciate the efforts by the Human Rights Commission to work on tribunals, to work on cases, so that people can access their rights, and human rights violations are being investigated, followed up, and have consequences. Okay, with that, I don't want to we'll be looking forward also to hear from LastNet, I guess. I would still, on behalf of the development partners, like to appreciate first the accomplishments made by the Jlos institutions throughout the NDP3 period, as well as we move forward through NDP4. As partners, we appreciate the joint cooperation and the partnership, the honest conversations as we work together to empower the people, build trust, and uphold the rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our development partners, and specifically for the satisfactory report. We greatly appreciate. Now let's hear from the civil society organizations, from Legal Aid Service Providers Network. Dr. Lambim, please.
Thank you so much, that session chair, and allow me stand on the protocol. Unlike the previous presenters, my presentation is not on the screen, but I will endeavor to speak louder so that everyone can pick what I'm saying. A very good afternoon to you all. I would like, on behalf of the civil society sector, to appreciate the Justice Land Order sector for the invitation once again to share the civil society sector comments and perspectives on the Jlos Access to Justice Program, Annual Report 2024-2025. I'm representing the civil society organizations that interface with the sector, promoting and protecting rights, ensuring access to justice, but also I'm representing the users. Those are the people of Uganda. We are congratulating the Access to Justice sub-program for the insightful Justice Law and Order Sector Annual Review Report, which gives us a strategic outlook and performance of the sub-program. LastNet and civil society organizations welcome the Access to Justice Program Annual Performance Report as an important accountability and learning tool that demonstrates measurable progress in expanding access to justice, strengthening coordination among Jlos institutions, and embedding a people-centered and human rights-based approach to justice delivery. We therefore congratulate you on the achievements registered, including mainly the improved public trust and satisfaction levels, the infrastructure expansion in the justice frontline centers, legal aid provision, increase in investigation and disposal rates, the justice for children services, the conviction rates, especially in the corruption and accountability matters, increased inspection and protection of human rights, the automation of the system, and improved coordination mechanisms, as well as the National Action Plan on Human Rights. We have also noted the challenges, and we are glad that the sector acknowledges the challenges faced in a bid to improve them. Our assessment is also following the outcome. And outcome one on people-centered service delivery systems strengthened. We are looking at the public trust in the justice system that has increased from 69% to 82%, according to the reports. We therefore appreciate the Justice Land Order sector for achieving this level of progression regarding public trust in the justice system. It is indeed a welcome development because a trustable justice system enhances public confidence in the justice institutions and lowers on the opportunity for mob justice and corruption tendencies. Our observation is that percentage increment in public trust in the justice system, among others, is attributed to the various factors, including adoption of a people-centered justice approaches by various justice institutions, conducting public outreaches by the Uganda Police Force, Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution, the National Court Open Days, and regional open days. We would like, as civil society, to appeal to the sector to safeguard these milestones through simplifying justice processes, continuing to fight corruption, regionalizing court open days, establishing public forums where the public can freely interact with the sector, strengthening investigations, conducting day-to-day hearings, implementation, especially for the judiciary, the performance enhancement tool, PET. On crime rate reduction, we also welcome the progress, which increased from 476 to 501. We still commend the law enforcement agencies, especially the Uganda Police, for flattening the crime curve. As a matter of fact, crime is inimical to rule of law, social and economic development. Whereas the statistics show a drop in crime, we need more concerted efforts to address the push factors of crime, including poverty, which has often been criminalized. Unemployment is at the peak and largely affecting the youth. Community policing needs to be strengthened, and Uganda Police Force should be allocated more resources towards strengthening investigations and capacity building to effectively respond to emerging crimes such as human trafficking, cybercrime, money laundering, among others. As we gear up for elections, we're already in the election season, we appeal to the law enforcement agencies not to add on to fueling crime, especially during public order management. In essence, we call upon the Uganda Police to refrain from using excessive force when managing public order. On the conviction rate, which is at 75%, this is a positive development for the justice sector as it renders accountability and justice for the victims. The credit here goes to the application of prosecution-led investigations. For this milestone to be sustained, there is need to strengthen police investigations, streamline case management processes, especially for the officers of DPP, enhance victim and witness support, as well as prioritize legal aid for detainees. The recidivism stood at 13.4. We realized that there has been stagnation at the levels of recidivism as per the previous report of Jlos report of 2023-2024. Recidivism constrains the justice system since it contributes towards prison congestion, placing heavy burden on public expenditure on prisoners. Our proposal to reduce recidivism entails prioritizing rehabilitation and reintegration, investing in community prevention mechanisms, and especially reintegration programs. On this note, we want to appreciate one of the development partners, UNODC, under the Strengthening Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program, where partners such as Uganda Law Society, Justice Centers Uganda, Justice Defenders, among others, are working closely with the Uganda prisons and local government and have successfully contributed towards rehabilitation and reintegration of ex-offenders. The number of districts with one-stop frontline has increased at 94%. We commend the justice land order sector for prioritizing people-centered justice delivery, particularly through the construction of justice centers as a way of decentralizing justice services and reducing on the time spent under movements. We specifically note the expansion of one-stop centers, which are at 94 districts. We also specifically note the increase of use of customer care, adoption of automation and digital tools. We note the improved chain-linked coordination engagements at national and subnational levels. We want to note that despite the gains, as civil society organizations that interface with the common person, we would like to observe that physical presence does not always translate into effective access or affordability or availability of services. The persistent barriers, such as costs of transport, legal fees, informal fees, language barrier, digital exclusion, and limited awareness, among others, still prevent many citizens, especially the rural women, the refugees, the youth, persons with disability, and children from effectively utilizing the services. Our call is more investment in those areas to increase on access. Therefore, for emphasis, whereas construction of infrastructure is a step in the right direction, we should ensure that it comes along with efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery by the justice actors at all levels of the justice chain. Over-reliance on infrastructure expansion without proportional investment in human resource risks reversing the gains. We call upon Jlos to complement infrastructure development with deeper community legal empowerment, including investing in paralegalism, strengthening local councils, investing in alternative dispute resolution. Would like to have expanded translation of laws and court procedures into local languages, as well as invest in community dialogues. Would like to see more investments in inspections, monitoring, and mechanism for justice givers, among others. Construction of the justice of the Jlos house, which is at 95% completion. This is very welcome, and we would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the justice land order sector, and a big applause to the secretariat that has led this much awaited resource. There is no doubt that it will reduce the cost spent on the rent for many justice, law and order sector institutions. Currently, however, as we are presenting, I did not see any space preserved for the civil society. And if civil society is a partner, there's need to avail lobby spaces and lobby lounges where civil society can come and interact with the sector. At the 40% completion rate of Uganda Police Headquarters is also a welcome development. However, we need also to prioritize the decent housing for police officers, as the majority of them continue to live under deplorable conditions, which in turn affects their social well-being and productivity. The Human Rights Inspection report that is quoted in the report quoted a Wato house in Uchiga district. That is not a good face of the Uganda police that we should be seeing in this day and age. As we are electing the skyscrapers at the national level, let us be mindful of the foot soldiers. Percentage of the legal aid service providers and meeting standards and increasing. Of course, as legal aid service providers network, which is the coordinating entity of all legal aid service in Uganda on the civil society arm, we strongly welcome the reported expansion of legal services, the support being given to the Justice Centers Uganda, Law Development Center, Uganda Law Society, and other legal aid service providers. The increased regulation and inspection of the legal aid service providers by the Law Council is acknowledged as a positive step towards quality assurance and accountability in legal services. We know that we have also met the Uganda Law Council, and we have the Law Council, not Uganda Law Council, the Law Council, and we have undertaken to provide information of the performance and any changes that happen during the various inspections. However, these were noted, and these are still the concerns. I am cognizant of what the minister talked about and the promise. So through the technical arm, the Solicitor General, that the minister is giving us the political statements, but we want to see action. And to let you know that this is very important, state-funded legal aid remains insufficient relative to the demand of 80% of Ugandans who cannot afford these services. Civil society organizations, or those we call legal aid service providers, continue to shoulder a disproportionate burden of providing legal aid service amid this unsustainable funding. Our development partners that had the legal aid basket fund have already exited, like Democratic Governance Facility, and they were followed by USAID. Heavy compliance requirements for legal aid service providers, while very important, may inadvertently exclude even smaller community-based organizations that serve remote or deprived communities. We are calling upon for waivers where possible by the Uganda Laws Council during inspections. We are calling about institutionalization of sustainable public financing for legal aid instead of project-based funding. There is need to centralize institutions that is responsible for provision of harmonized legal aid services on behalf of the government of Uganda. In addition, this institution will be responsible for nurturing the public-private partnership in legal aid delivery. This we have seen being done in South Africa. There is need for meaningful inclusion of civil society organizations in legal aid policy reforms and monitoring endeavors, especially by the Law Council and other bodies. For instance, the contribution of the non-state actors under the umbrella body, which is LastNet, is not reflected mainly in the report. Yet, there is a lot that they give in terms of giving legal aid. So we call upon for improvements in those areas. Justice for children. We applaud the efforts to strengthen justice for children, including the diversion mechanisms, the child-friendly rooms, the coordination through RCCs and DCCs, the emphasis on gender equality and family justice, and GBV responses are all recognized. However, the following persistent gaps remain in the juvenile justice, and we would like to give continued attention. Delay in child-related capital cases. Many children will stay over 3 months before their cases are being heard. Poor detention conditions for children, including incarcerating them sometimes with adults. A child incarcerated with an adult can change in those few hours and they become hardcore. There is notably weak referral systems between justice institutions and social protection services. We want to put more emphasis on building rehabilitation center rather than remand homes. Lack of investment in the probation function, including having this law amended, because we notice of the inconsistencies in their supervision and investment. We call upon adequately resourcing the probation and social welfare services, as well as ensuring provision of probation services as the earliest entry of the child in the justice system. This way we will avoid instances of miscarriage of justice, especially where the age of children is inflated or deflated. I have already mentioned the need for amendment of the Probation Act. Legal aid for children is mandatory according to the Children's Act as amended. There is need to implement this provision of the law requiring providing of legal services or children in contact and in conflict with the law, no matter the nature of the case. We are advocating for construction of more regional rehabilitation centers as opposed to remand home, because children should be imprisoned as a matter of last resort. Children rehabilitation should be community-led and within familiar surroundings, rather than transferring children as far as Moroto, Karamoja, to Kampiringisa. Management of remand homes should be strengthened by the responsible Ministry of Gender and Labor Development. Let the ministry benchmark and learn from innovations of the Uganda prisons on how to handle and rehabilitate juveniles. Investing in prosecutors' capacity building and skilling, including mainstreaming child-friendly justice in the Jlos training schools. We are happy to know that the Prosecutors Academy is coming to fruitfulness. We have the Judicial Training Institute and we have the Training Institute for Police in Masindi. We call upon mainstreaming child-friendly service delivery. We commend the Uganda Police Force on policing model aimed at decentralizing policing services. We also commend on the sub-county policing model, and there is need to invest more in CID services to enable timely investigation and processing of cases. Disposal of case rates, we appreciate the milestone as it demonstrates increased efficiency in administration of justice through innovations like pre-bargain, ECMIS, ADR, daily court sessions, among others. We are just appealing that such innovation should be sustained and replicated. However, also, quality standards should also upheld, especially in plea bargaining. We should not look at more of quantity, we should look at the quality outcome. Increase in the number of cases taken to court. We appreciate the judiciary towards realizing this milestone and the other institutions, and that also correlates with the trust in the justice system. We want to believe that the increment in number of cases taken to court is attributed to the increased funding and decentralization of court facilities, including new magisterial areas, number of judicial officers, and high court circuits. Whereas this increment is a positive development, we also note under the Hill report that although access to formal courts has increased from 5 to 10%, this is still way below compared to the population of 95% experiencing justice needs. To open doors for formal dispute resolution, it is important to address the barriers and bottlenecks, which include technicalities, language, as well as the other issues that I've talked about. On this note, we appreciate the leadership of the justice land order sector for fundamentally encouraging the use of ADR. We further appeal the sector to invest in local council courts, including capacity building, as well as fast-tracking the election of new office bearers. On pre-trial detention, unfortunately here, we take note of the changes made, but we think that this needs to be worked on. We are cognizant of the changes in the process related to bail application, where all capital offenders, whether they have completed the mandatory period on remand, have to first apply through the High Court to be considered for grant or not grant of bail. This protracted procedure is one of the factors attributing to stagnation registered in respect of pre-trial detainees. We also note that the state brief system provides for a state-funded lawyer after the case has been cause listed for trial. At this level, the pre-trial rights of suspects are already undermined by the system, since they have no advisory legal support mechanism as soon as they are arrested, leading to their stagnation. We also note, of course, the gap that was there between the project of pre-trial detention that was implemented by ASF and LastNet in 2020-2023, and we are happy to note that this project is back, funded by the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation, and it's in 10 districts. We hope that this will help a lot in helping to reduce on the pre-trial challenges. In addition, we are calling for revisiting of the bail practice guidelines that invested all the power to grant or not grant bail to the jurisdiction of the High Court. The constitutional requirement of mandatory release on bail once the statutory period has been elapsed should be upheld in accordance with the law. We recommend provision of state brief services of a lawyer at the earliest entry point of suspects, including when they are still in police cells, as enjoined by the Lilongwe Declaration. On the output indicator, Jlos institutions are steadily and continuously adopting technology in the automation of business. The efforts to automate justice services in the justice law and other sector institution is so much welcome. It enhances service delivery. We need to appeal to government to subsidize internet connectivity across the country to ensure inclusion, especially for the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized in rural areas who cannot access e-justice systems. There is also need to consider more capacity building for the public on the use of automated systems, as well as upgrading such systems with evolving technologies, such as artificial intelligence. With the advent of use of IA, even in research and judgment writings, it is important to upgrade the systems, which should be regulated, and justice givers trained on how to use AI without losing the human judgment. Finally, on outcome 3, compliance with the Uganda Bill of Rights strengthened. We commend the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for the efforts in processing the bills. However, we appeal that the next financial year considers fast-tracking the National Legal Bill 2022, the Witness Bill, the Human Rights Defenders Bill, among others. On congestion, as a sector, we need to reverse the trend as it has far-reaching implications on public expenditure. Our appeal to judicial officers is to explore alternatives to imprisonment, including community services, diversion for children, decriminalization of petty offenses, using legal aid at the earliest entry to enable us achieve results. Consider the efforts of the sector working closely with the civil society needs to be amplified to enhance citizen awareness on the Bill of Rights, especially on the proportion of of citizens' awareness of the provisions of the various rights. Empowering the Uganda Human Rights Commission to conduct mass media civic education campaigns, interpretation of laws, the Constitution should be interpreted to all people, use of community-based paralegals, justice institutions to strengthen their public relations offices to be in communities through traditional and social media. Corruption, perception, we appreciate the strides made by the sector, including the development of the anti-corruption rules, increased convictions and application of prosecution-led investigation in corruption-related matters. We appeal to the sector that as we fight against administrative corruption, it should be people-centered. The Inspectorate of Courts and the Judicial Service Commission is requested to implement nationwide campaigns, empowering the justice users to report corruption tendencies, but also to desist from engagement in corruption practices because it takes two to tango. On challenges, we acknowledge Jlos' concern regarding challenges as enumerated, such as low staffing levels, prison congestion, among others. From our point of view, we note that imbalances in recruitment across the Jlos institutions undermine criminal justice chain. For instance, the ratio of judges to prosecutors is disproportionate and undermines the speedy disposal of cases in criminal cases and vice versa for lawyers in civil-related matters. Therefore, we are calling for equitable staffing across the justice chain and increased investment in non-custodial sentencing and community justice models. On outcome 4 program management, the Access to Justice sub-program is highly recommended for the effective coordination of the justice service delivery in Uganda. LastNet continues to represent the voice of the and perspectives of the civil society in various justice land order sector initiatives, and we appreciate the trust. We acknowledge the strengthening of the Uganda justice system and note overall that the Access to Justice program, in our view, is satisfactory. We reaffirm our commitment to partnering with you. We appeal that you implement the recommendations we have highlighted and look forward to yet again receiving a more powerful and result-oriented annual report of 2025-2026. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, civil society organizations. We are glad to hear quite a mouthful that we need to do. Now, we have reached the point of plenary session. I must say we are 2 hours behind our schedule. So we need to, this session does not have the luxury of having all the time that we would have wished. But nonetheless, I take the honor to open this session, the plenary session, for discussions, contributions, and even questions, I guess. But I want to appeal that we focus on issues. If there are any issues that have been mentioned, you may not have to go back to them. Let's raise issues that are of concern and that have not been mentioned, and then we can move. So I am opening the floor for discussion. Are we tired? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Eram Holmes, Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons. Chair, we have talked right from morning about prison congestion. As we have congestion on roads, everybody will accept. As we have congestion in schools, as we have congestion in hospitals, the challenge of congestion in all those places is brought by the planned capacities vis-a-vis the current population. There is no doubt that we can undertake reforms to solve the congestion problem, but we cannot run away from construction. Chair, the solution to congestion at the moment is to construct another minimum security prison. Other than that, Chair, in the coming review, in the years to come, we shall be still talking about extreme congestion at 400%. So we need to have another minimum security prison, and our plan is to have one at Kachika that can reduce the levels of congestion at the moment. Chair, if you want to solve the problem of congestion, then you have also to solve the problem of the population structure. The population structure of Uganda is a young structure. When you compare with those developed countries where we have the population structure which is tailored to elderly, here we have the youth forming the bulk, and again, given the economic structure, then we must do construction. Chair, I submit.
Thank you. We are satisfied with what we received. So if there are, oh, okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Ariong Ocheng, and well done to the report. It's really I thought my voice was loud enough, but thank you for the report. It is well detailed and very insightful. Two things that I would like to hear more is how do we include the statistics generated by civil society organizations that provide legal aid services. From the report, I see a few very core civil entities like Justice Centers Uganda, LDC, but there are so many other civil society organizations providing legal aid services, and that statistics seem not to be captured. Secondly, I've had an opportunity to visit a number of districts in which FIDA Uganda operates, and the challenge of fear to witness in court is a big concern. How can we conduct research to support interventions that will encourage people to report? In some of the districts I visited, the communities raised a concern of fear that when they go to witness in court, sometimes they are treated as criminals themselves. You go to report to police and you are the first suspect. And they have resorted to just run away from anything related to either reporting or even witnessing in court. While we advocate for passing of the witness protection law, there are so many other social related issues that needs to be addressed in encouraging witness in court. And I would love to hear what these amazing brains have in terms of encouraging communities to witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if there are no more, I want to invite the panelists, if they have one to respond or closing remarks. Starting with the Deputy Solicitor General, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments and then maybe I'll hint on the last question. how do we encourage the citizenry to report cases to police and also to be witnesses in court? I see most of the justices have left. We only have the chair of the Judicial Service Commission. One thing I can tell you from my own personal legal experience is that the majority of the citizens fear the environment of court. And that is normally bred as a result of ignorance of what takes place there, but also there is a certain morbid fear about police stations, the court, and prisons. So it calls for a lot of sensitization and education about what their role is in this particular sector. To the justices, what I would encourage is prevailing within your courtroom over, one, the lawyers. Some lawyers tend to be bullies when it comes to court processes. So even when a witness comes in and is actually going to testify, let's say on behalf of a state, sometimes prosecutors will come across as being very hostile. Having not prepared a witness, the witness thinks you are actually against him or her. It doesn't take it as though it's facilitating your prosecution. And also for the justices to protect witnesses, especially when they're being badgered by defense counsel. Because the witness is basically coming to tell a story to support an allegation that has been made against an accused person. So even as civil society, we need to educate the citizenry on what their role is within society, and especially matters to do with justice. Now, I would like to make a comment on an area which hasn't been talked about that much, which is that of the civil suits. Now, coming from the Attorney General's chambers, yes, I know Canon hinted on, for instance, the amount of money that the state attorneys in the Ministry of Justice have saved government. But he didn't make mention of the success rate. The focus has been on the conviction rates by the DPP. But the success rate in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs right now has hit 83%. In other words, 83% of cases that have been filed against the state have actually been decided in favor of government. That is a far cry from the past, when for a very long time, people would say, if you file any suit against the Attorney General, you're definitely going to win. The other is about taking services closer to the people. What wasn't also spoken about is that effective this financial year, come the next calendar year, but still within this financial year, we are opening up 5 more regional offices. Currently, we have 7 regional offices for the Ministry of Justice. So we are opening up 5 more in Iganga, Lira, Hoima, Masaka, and Kabale. So we believe that in this financial year, we shall be taking the services closer to the people. Definitely with so many courts being opened up, I know the DPP has gone far ahead of us. We are playing catch up, but definitely we shall make sure that we deliver these services closer to the people. The target is eventually 21 offices. So we believe that we'll be playing a support role to each and every sector player here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to comment on an issue raised by a colleague from FIDA. How do we get the civil society input added to the report? I must say that in my commentary, I have raised it, that we need to reflect the work of civil society because it's quite a lot being done. Before, we used to receive a communication from the sector as LastNet, because we are managing the information management system of the network. So we used to receive a communication and would know when to report, and would put together that information, and it used to be reflected. But along the way, I think we lost touch, and I just want to appeal to Canon to revamp that, but also to encourage the legal aid service providers to submit reports when we request for them, so that we can share them. The other channel is going to be the Uganda Law Council. Again, the Uganda Law Council in our meeting requested that legal aid service providers, you should be submitting your annual reports to the Uganda Law Council, that is to the council that is a regulator. That way, if the Law Council captures the information, it will easily trickle to the Secretariat. So I wanted to note that. About the witness and strengthening the witnesses and empowering them, one of the way forward is the Witness Protection Act. Because once in that act, it is provided well on how to protect the witnesses and how they can be safeguarded, that will increase, especially in GBV-related matters. And also the awareness outreach. That's why in my commentary, I mentioned that the different spokespersons of the various institutions needed to go more deep into the communities and sensitize. The translation of laws also makes them empowered because they get to know certain information. And also the lawyers, the advocates that are leading these witnesses, either in defense, the prosecutors need to give more time to these witnesses. But because of caseload, you find that an advocate has limited time to prepare their witnesses, to build confidence, to help them understand why they are testifying. So there is a lot to be done, and it cannot be done by single-handedly by one institution, but it's a collective effort. Otherwise, we thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you. Canon, you have it. Come back.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the representative of the development partners and the RASPNet for that here assessment. We believe that we will take it into consideration as part of the planning process and feedback on our strategic focus in the coming financial year. We also want to appreciate the proposal by RASPNet to share with us the detailed reports from the civil society organizations. This will make our reporting more exhaustive and enable us to deliver on the promises. I thank you.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity again to thank the panelists, or the Solicitor General, our development partners, the civil society organization, and of course the Secretariat for this session. I think it was a very enlightening session, and we are glad that the report has been received positively. So I thank you. I think the next is the closing. So the panelists can take their seats. We hand over back to the Secretariat as we take our seats.
We thank all of us for being attentive. Time has come, and the permanent secretary will still go ahead to close what we started in the morning. And a few announcements. We have lunch at the hotel as usual. And as you go out, there is some transport refund. Something very serious, we have this QR code. Kindly take just 1 or 2 minutes to feel what it gives you, because we need the feedback. The same QR code, let's scan it, let's answer the questionnaire. It is very important for the report. Let me take the singular honor to invite the PS to come and close this session as we go back to our duties and improve what requires to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. So, dear participants, I am honored to take this time to officially close this very important annual report of the Jlos. I came as permanent secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Then I represented my minister. Now I'm being required to represent the Ministry of Justice. That's quite a tall order. The Ministry of Justice gave us a very long talk on all the issues I believe that were there to be talked about. So I can't add much. I can only take this opportunity to thank all the Jlos, all the participants to this very important meeting, where our theme was empowering the people, building trust, and upholding the rights. As Jlos, that's our job, to ensure justice, law, and order in the country. And for us, that is our number one responsibility. And we are happy that the reports, all the reports, while pointing to where we need to improve, were generally appreciating the positives that have been achieved over this period. And I think we all need this. What has been achieved has been the result of all of us working together as Jlos. And I want to appeal that we continue working together, because law and order is not for one agency, for one department. It is a joint action, joint activity. And that way we shall achieve what is best for our country. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for the work you do. And let us continue doing the best for the good of our people. I now take this honor to declare our meeting of today closed. I want to wish you a happy new year and Christmas for those who believe in it. It's not very far away. I wish you all the best.
Can we have a sound applause for the chief guest closing this review? Thank you very much, sir. I am advised that things have been digitalized. The transport refund will be sent by your mobile money. Make Thank you so much, Uganda Police Band, for the wonderful entertainment today. And I wish also once again to thank my colleague, the Senior Technical Advisor, and the Secretariat in General for this review. We meet again when we must. Goodbye.